Chapter 5:27. 2nd of May. Early in the morning. Macmau. Inside the school. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" Monster. Monster beast. 2 monster beasts. Run. All the students who saw it were terrified. It was too huge. Rank 7 monster beasts were already extremely huge. The hedgehog beast that Fong Ping brought back last time was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. As the monster's rank increased, its body size would also become bigger. The rank 9 monster beast that Fong Ping brought back this time was 15 meters long. 15 meters was not too long, but the commonly mentioned 8-wheeled trucks were only 7 or 8 meters long. This rank 9 monster beast was longer than 2 8-wheeled trucks put together. It was also wider and taller. When such a huge monster suddenly appeared above their heads, many people even neglected the smaller rank 7 monster beast next to it. A monster that was longer and bigger than 2 8-wheeled trucks suddenly fell from the sky. Who would not be terrified? In the next moment, inside MCMAU, Huang Jing soared into the sky. Some rank 6 instructors also did the same. Of course, they were not too terrified. Instead, they were shocked. With one look, they knew that such a huge monster was probably a rank 9 monster beast. If Magic City was attacked by rank 9 monsters, there would be chaos. They were only shocked. What did the Vice-Chancellor and the others do? They even brought back the rank 9 monster beast's corpse. In the past, everyone would have noticed the rank 7 monster beast next to them, but now no one was looking at it. Midair. Fong Ping carried the rank 9 monster beast, panting from exhaustion. It was really heavy. It was 15 meters long, 4 to 5 meters in height and width, and this did not include the monster's 4 short legs. This was a monster that looked like a crocodile. Its body size was probably close to 300 cubic meters. If Fong Ping's storage space could not fit it, he would not. 300 cubic meters. The flesh and bones of a rank 9 monster were not light. Even if the demonic beast had an empty stomach, the weight of this demonic beast was still around 200 tons. Fong Ping only took over after entering Magic City. Now he was panting from exhaustion. Rank 6 martial artists were strong, but it was tiring to carry a 200-ton monster. The largest creature on Earth, the blue whale, was much larger than this demonic beast. However, the blue whale was not a demonic beast. It did not cultivate, so its bones and flesh were not as heavy as the demonic beast. The largest blue whale weighed about the same as this demonic beast. When Fong Ping carried this monster, it was equivalent to carrying the largest blue whale and flying everywhere. Just by smashing people with it, he could smash a large number of them to death. Seeing Huang Jing and the rest flying over, Fong Ping suddenly shouted, "Previously I borrowed the rank 8 monster's blood from the school. Today, I'm returning it with a rank 9 monster. Only when you return what you borrowed will you be able to get what you owe." As soon as he said that, Huang Jing and the others were stunned. "What's going on? The demonic beast is yours?" Huang Jing stared blankly at Wu Quishan. "Old Wu, don't tease me. Isn't the rank 9 beast yours?" Wu Quishan didn't say a word. "Don't look at me. It's useless even if you do. I'm still in debt." Huang Jing was instantly stunned. So, it was really Fong Ping who brought it back. What was this brat doing now? Fong Ping ignored him and flew straight down. From a distance, he tossed the monster's carcass on the ground. Boom! A loud crash was heard. The 200-ton monster crashed onto the ground. The ground cracked instantly and the earth began to shake. Seeing this, Wu Quishan's expression darkened. "Can't you be a little quieter?" Fong Ping saw old Wu looking at him and said with a smile, "The school needs to be renovated. It's fine. I'll pay for it. Deduct it from my previous 10 billion debt. Just deduct it." Fong Ping looked indifferent. 10 billion was nothing. He didn't plan to ask for it anyway. "Deduct it as you wish. Is it enough?" If it's not enough, I still have close to one. 8 million credits. MCMAU's credits are going to be restructured soon. All the schools will be unified. His 8 million credits, according to Fong Ping's plan, would be converted into 6 million credits. One credit was equivalent to $10,000. In total, close to 50 billion in assets. It should be enough to renovate the school, right? Even if I dismantle MCMAU and rebuild it again, it would be enough. Fong Ping's face was full of arrogance. Wu Quishan and the others glanced at him. This brat was getting more and more arrogant. Unfortunately, this brat was really rich. He was rich and willful. There was nothing you could do about it. After Fong Ping finished speaking, Huang Jing asked impatiently, "This rank 9 monster is ours now?" Beside him, Old Manly warned, "It's mine. It's not ours." Did this brat want to snatch his monster? Huang Jing ignored him. He was still a little confused. Yes, he knew that Fong Ping and the others went to the catacombs. However, Wu Quishan was a rank 8. What was Fong Ping's rank? The last time he went to the Magic City catacombs, he brought back a rank 7 monster. Although Huang Jing was the one who killed it, Fong Ping being able to bring it back was already beyond his expectations. He did not expect it to be even more amazing this time. He brought back a rank 9 monster directly. Even Huang Jing was stunned, not to mention the instructors, not to mention the students who were attracted. Along the way, Fong Ping and the others hurried through the night. They were suspended high in the air, so no one noticed them. However, as they passed through a few provinces, some grandmaster powerhouses from various places still noticed them. Almost every place they went, they caused some grandmasters to be shocked. They almost had the thought of robbing them. Now, when they arrived at MCMAU, the students were not in the mood to rob, but they were shocked and dazed. The president was amazing. Even a 9th-ranked monster was brought back. One should know that in their eyes, even a middle-ranked monster was extremely powerful. Fong Ping did not care about them. He looked around and suddenly felt a little disappointed. Many people were not in school. Chun Yunqi was not here. Fu Changding and the others were not here either. Song Yingji did not seem to be here either. These people were not in school. For a moment, there was not even someone to flatter them. The students were too busy being shocked. No one came forward to support them. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. A bunch of people with poor eyesight. At this time, the war was over. It was time to enjoy the process of flattery. Without anyone to support them, this sense of accomplishment dropped by 80% in an instant. Looking left and right, Fong Ping suddenly glanced at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing saw Fong Ping staring at him. His face darkened instantly. After some thought, he stretched out a palm. Fong Ping glared at him. Qin Fengqing retracted one finger. Very quickly, seeing Fong Ping glaring at him, he immediately retracted 2 more. At this time, Fong Ping nodded slightly. Qin Fengqing saw this and was overjoyed. He immediately said loudly, "During this trip to Tiannan catacombs, President Fong and I destroyed a royal city, killed countless high-rank powerhouses, turned the situation around in Tiannan catacombs, and helped the grandmasters to suppress Tiannan catacombs. Students, today we congratulate humanity for the President Koff, for the MCMAU grandmasters, and the President." As soon as he said this, the students seemed to have reacted. In the next moment, cheers rang out. "Congratulations to the President. The President is mighty." The cheers rang out again and again. The students were wild with joy. The benefits were coming. From what President Qin said, the President's trip to the catacombs this time was a big win. A simple sprinkle of water was enough for everyone to eat until their mouths were oily. Fong Ping did not disappoint. He laughed loudly and said, "Students, you've misunderstood. This time, it's the Grandmaster's hard work. We're just the icing on the cake." However, this time in Tiannan catacombs, Sino Nation has won a great victory. This is a cause for celebration, and the whole world should celebrate. Tonight, the whole school will eat rank 9 demon beast meat to celebrate. The president is mighty. The cheers could not stop. Rank 9 demon beast meat. They had never thought of it. The whole of MCMAU was boiling. Aside, Huang Jing looked at Wu Quishan with a blank expression. He said blankly, "Aren't you going to say something?" Wu Quishan said impatiently, "Say what?" "He's rich and willful. What do you want me to say? Besides, this kid now treats MCMAU as his personal property. He can spend as much money as he wants. If he's willing to spend, Wu Quishan can't be bothered. Not to mention, even though there were many students and instructors. However, rank 9 demon beast meat was not something everyone could bear. A small piece per person was probably the most they could bear. There were so many people in the school. It would be a stretch if they could eat 2 or 3 tons. It was such a huge demon beast. Eating some was fine. Huang Jing suddenly rubbed his forehead. After a while, he said, "Then from now on, which one of you will be the vice-chancellor?" Wu Quishan's gaze was ferocious. "Mother ***, what do you mean by that? You want me to abdicate?" Huang Jing saw this and did not continue to provoke him. He muttered, "This kid is a real demon. He's getting more and more demon every time. The next time he goes to the catacombs, will he be able to bring back a paragon's corpse?" He almost brought back a paragon's corpse this time. Tang Feng interrupted quietly. He said in a complicated tone, "These kids went to the bounded domain and even saw a paragon's corpse. They almost brought it back." Cough, cough, cough. Huang Jing choked badly. "I was just saying it casually. This guy actually went to find a paragon's corpse?" The students' cheers lasted for a while. Finally, they stopped at Fang Ping's signal. At this time, Fang Ping walked over. He said apologetically, "Vice-Chancellor, I didn't mean it. Everyone was too enthusiastic. I didn't mean to take credit. Get lost." Wu Quishan let out a humph. Beside him, Lu Fengru said lightly, "If he hasn't reached rank 7, it's useless even if you make him a figurehead. If you want to be a vice-chancellor, you need to reach rank 7 as soon as possible." Fang Ping grinned. "Instructor is right. I'll reach Grandmaster as soon as possible. My sophomore year hasn't ended anyway. I'm not in a hurry." As soon as he said this, the Grandmasters fell into silence again. Mother ***, my sophomore year hasn't ended. They had really forgotten about it. It was only May now. As for Fang Ping discussing becoming a vice-chancellor in front of everyone, Wu Quishan could not be bothered. When the day came when he did not owe this kid money, he would deal with him. Wu Quishan did not even have the intention to stay for long. The next moment, he left immediately. He was going into closed-door cultivation. When he came out of closed-door cultivation this time, MCMAU might produce the first rank 9 powerhouse in the history of martial arts universities. It was not that martial arts universities did not cultivate rank 9 martial artists. They only achieved rank 9 after they left school. Unlike Wu Quishan, who had been working in martial arts universities, if he achieved rank 9, he would be the first rank 9 in school. This meant that martial arts universities had officially entered the ranks of top-notch combat strength. After Wu Quishan left, the others also left. Old man Li was impatient. He carried the monster's carcass and ran. Lu Fengru did the same. She left with the rank 7 monster. When she left, she tossed the rank 7 Changdao to Fang Ping like it was a piece of junk. Both of them were going to forge their own divine weapons. Tang Feng's injuries had not healed, so he went to treat them. As soon as they left, Fang Ping automatically entered headmaster mode. Seeing that Huang Jing was still staring at the rank 9 monster in the distance, he chuckled and said, "Vice-Chancellor, did anything big happen in school these few days?" Huang Jing looked at the monster that old man Li had carried away reluctantly. He said, "Nothing big. Magic City's catacombs was a little chaotic before, but it calmed down very quickly. Currently, Old Lu is still holding the fort there. As he said that, Huang Jing suddenly felt a little upset. *CK, why should I tell you? Fang Ping did not feel this way. He asked again, Vice-Chancellor, how are the other people in school who went for training? Huang Jing glanced at him. After thinking for a while, he suddenly called out to a few people not far away. Dean Luo, you guys talk to Fang Ping. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Huang Jing ran away too. He was a dignified rank 7 powerhouse. He still wanted his face. The other grandmasters had all left. He did not want to stay any longer. Not far away, Luo Yichuan did not say anything. He walked over with a smile and said, Fang Ping, at least leave some face for the Vice-Chancellor and the others. Fang Ping said innocently, Vice-Chancellor, I didn't do anything. Besides, the Vice-Chancellor owes me 100 billion. Instructor Li owes me 1 trillion. My instructor and Instructor Tang both owe me more than 10 billion. I didn't ask for my debt, did I? Cough, cough, cough. This time, Luo Yichuan could not take it anymore. Was it true? If it was true, would MCMAU's grandmasters kill this kid one day to keep him quiet? Fang Ping did not care about this. He suddenly looked at Luo Yichuan, smiled, and said, Congratulations, Vice-Chancellor. Luo Yichuan smiled and said, You can tell. Yes, mentality-vitality fusion. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Vice-Chancellor would have a breakthrough. It was a fluke. As Luo Yichuan said this, he was a little embarrassed. Old Qin and the others gave all their divine fruit to me alone. I consumed a large number of divine fruit consecutively before I could expel my mentality and complete mentality-vitality fusion. The most basic condition for mentality-vitality fusion was to achieve 500 Hz of mentality externalization. Second, vitality had to reach the limit of 10,000 cal. When vitality reached 10,000 cal and mentality externalization was achieved, martial artists could attempt mentality-vitality fusion to complete the transformation. Not everyone could do it. There were some people who could not integrate mentality and vitality, even if both conditions were met. Lu Fengru was the standard example. If mentality-vitality fusion could be achieved, it meant that one could use vitality to nourish mentality. At that time, mentality would increase extremely quickly. Under normal circumstances, martial artists could achieve rank 7 in 2 to 3 years. Of course, this was referring to martial artists from the outside world. Actually, after mentality-vitality fusion, it was much more difficult for the martial artists in Stellar Sky City to achieve mentality externalization. Some of them had consumed too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so they needed a longer time to refine. Luo Yichuan was a peak rank 6 powerhouse. When the rank 6 ranking list was released, he was also on the list. Among peak rank 6, his ability was still extremely strong. However, the growth of martial artist mentality was very slow. Luo Yichuan had been a peak rank 6 for many years until the government introduced a policy in March to subsidize peak rank 6 powerhouses with divine fruit. There were 4 peak rank 6 martial artists in MCMAU who enjoyed the treatment of 1 divine fruit per month. Now, 2 months had passed, and MCMAU had obtained 8 divine fruits. These, however, were not consumed by others. They were all given to Luo Yichuan. Because Luo Yichuan was the peak rank 6 powerhouse closest to 500 Hz mentality, he had fulfilled the condition of mentality-vitality fusion by giving 8 divine fruits to himself. However, he had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. The other 3 peak rank 6 powerhouses did not have the opportunity to consume these fruits. Although there would be distribution later, he could not receive them now that he had entered this realm. Naturally, he could not return the 6 divine fruits that he owed. Fang Ping chuckled. Actually, the divine fruit isn't that valuable. It's mainly for martial artists who can't expel their mentality. Also, it's not very useful. The dean can expel his mentality because he has been close to it for a long time. Dean Chen and the rest, even if they have the divine fruit to reach the point where they can expel their mentality, I'm afraid it's not a matter of a few fruits. Even 30 or 50 fruits might not be enough. The government should have something better than this. I don't believe that there aren't treasures that are useful for Grandmaster-level powerhouses. I'll ask around later. If there are, I'll go exchange for some. When the time comes, it's not a problem to lend some to the dean. Luo Yichuan's expression changed. Lend. All right, he more or less understood how the dean and the others got into debt. Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. The government would probably need some time to contact them. There was no hurry now. As he nodded at the students around him, Fang Ping asked, Dean, when will you be able to materialize your mentality? Luo Yichuan smiled bitterly. I'm not as fast as Tang Feng. He's faster because he's stronger than me. Also, it took him a year to materialize his mentality. I'm slower than him. I'll need at least 2 to 3 years. It's too late. Fang Ping shook his head. It was really too late. It would be too late to enter the Grandmaster realm in 2 to 3 years. Luo Yichuan was speechless. There's hope for me to become a Grandmaster in 2 to 3 years. How dare you look down on me, kid? Fang Ping thought for a while. We'll see. I don't have any good ideas about mentality at the moment. The only thing I know that can greatly increase mentality is probably Monster Sunflower City's sunflower seeds. Let's wait and see. When you become a Grandmaster, there will be 7 Grandmasters in MCMAU. I don't know how long it will take for Dean Chen and the rest. I said before that before graduation, there will be 2 digits of Grandmasters in MCMAU. Even including me, there will only be 8. Deans, it's better if you break through soon. Otherwise, I won't have the face to face everyone. Luo Yichuan was silent. F***CK, talking to this kid was so tiring. He finally understood what the others were thinking. This kid's tone was unbelievably arrogant when he was talking to him. 2 digits of Grandmasters? 2 to 3 years was too late? Divine fruit? Trash! Every word he said was so heart-wrenching that it could burst someone's heart. Luo Yichuan did not want to say anything more. Fang Ping only asked a few random questions about what happened in the university these few days. After confirming that there was nothing major, Fang Ping did not continue the conversation with Luo Yichuan. After Luo Yichuan and the rest left, Qin Fengqing suddenly appeared and said excitedly, 2 caddies of life essence! He had helped Fang Ping earlier and had negotiated the price. Fang Ping looked at him and said blankly, Are you awake? I said 20,000 just now. What 2 caddies of life essence? 20,000? Nonsense. You earned 20,000 with just 1 sentence. Aren't you satisfied with that? Believe it or not, if I offer 20,000, I can get 100 people to come and cheer for me. What more do you want? Qin Fengqing was furious. 20,000, 20,000. If I knew this, I wouldn't have licked you. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, Don't let your hair grow so long all day long. It looks like a ghost. Are you trying to dress as a woman? Don't talk nonsense. It's probably caused by excess energy. Go into closed-door cultivation early and absorb and digest it. This time, you might be lucky enough to achieve upper stage rank 5. Reconstructing meridians is a work of art. There are more than 200 of them. But I see that even your hair is extremely hard. Try honing your meridians. The effect should be good. Since it's the flesh and blood of the ancients, there might be some remnants of imperishable substances. Speaking of cultivation, Qin Fengqing did not say anything else. He said, Didn't I earn 3 billion? Give me all of it to life essence. Fang Ping frowned slightly. I don't have it. Help me change it. The last time I cultivated in the Celestiality cultivation room, I felt that my speed was much faster, but it hurt my internal organs. Without life essence, I'm worried. As he spoke, Qin Fengqing suddenly paused and said, Fong Ping, give me some celestiality. Come, infuse a little into my body. Just a little less. F***CK, you want to blow me up? Qin Fengqing saw a big ball condensed in Fong Ping's hand. He was so scared that his face turned green. I want a little. What are you trying to do? Blow me up? Fong Ping scared him for a while, but still infused some into his body. After a while, Qin Fengqing's face was pale, then flushed red. Then, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but his face was full of joy. I see. I knew long hair meant strong vitality. I guessed it right. I don't want the life essence anymore. That handful of soil can be used as life essence too. I'm going to the celestiality cultivation room. Don't look for me if there's nothing. After saying that, Qin Fengqing ran like the wind. This guy was ready to die. Celestiality was not something that middle-ranked martial artists could withstand. Even powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion and could condense celestiality would not dare to try it often. It was easy for problems to occur. Their bodies would collapse and their mentality would be damaged. Qin Fengqing was ready to use celestiality to hone his meridians and body. Last time, he relied on life essence to heal his injuries and saved his life. This time, he felt that the effect of that handful of soil was not bad. He did not know how long he would be courting death this time. Fong Ping did not care about him. In the school, no matter how much this guy tried to court death, he would not die for real. At this moment, Fong Ping was thinking about Qin Yunqi and the others. When he left, Qin Yunqi had left a step earlier, saying that she had returned to South Capital. This time, there was such a big commotion, but she did not appear. It seemed like she had not returned yet. He did not know if there was any problem. I'll give her a call later. I haven't given old Qin the life essence yet. Your granddaughter isn't here, so there's no sense of accomplishment if I give it to you. Fong Ping muttered in his heart. Initially, he had planned to lend some to old Qin in front of her if Qin Yunqi was here. Chapter 5:28. In the martial arts room. Inside the office, Fong Ping leaned back in his chair. He no longer had the cheeky smile on his face. Fatigue was written all over his face. He was very tired too. This trip to the catacombs had been a gamble with his life time and time again. He had been gravely injured and hovered between life and death every time. Once a martial artist entered the catacombs, their lives were no longer in their own hands. After sitting quietly for a while, Fong Ping forced himself to pull himself together and made a call. Turned off. Qin Yunqi's phone was turned off. She must have gone to the catacombs. Old Qin had probably just returned and might not know about Qin Yunqi. Fong Ping thought about it and did not call again. After sending a text, Fong Ping did not stay in school any longer. He wanted to go home and rest for a few days. It would not be too late for him to come back after Old Wang and the rest had settled their affairs. Bay Gardens, the villa area. Fong Ping put away his fatigue. Most martial artists went to the catacombs so that their families could enjoy peace and happiness. No matter how much blood and tears they shed in the catacombs, they were all martial arts powerhouses with unparalleled determination when they returned to the surface. No one would show despair and pessimism in front of ordinary people. This world was already hopeless enough. Why should these ordinary people, who could not change anything, be forced to endure more pain? Brother, you're back. When Fong Ping appeared, Fong Yuan, who was playing on the lawn in front of the courtyard, was overjoyed and ran over. Fong Yuan was not the only one. Fong Ping also saw Song Yingji's daughter and another girl. Fong Yuan did not hurry to introduce them to him. She looked Fong Ping up and down and said with a smile, "Brother, did you go on missions again these few days?" "Yes." Fong Ping nodded slightly and pinched her cheek. He smiled. "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Before Fong Yuan could speak, Sonia said awkwardly, "Brother Fong, I'm Sonia. We met last time." Fong Ping smiled. Sonia had gone to MCMAU's Grandmaster Banquet too. Seeing Sonia, Fong Ping remembered that he did not see Song Ingji this time. He did not know if he went to the catacombs or was in closed-door training. He did not ask. At that moment, the girl who looked slightly older said softly, "Hello, Brother Fong. I'm Li Hongyu." Fong Yuan quickly added, "Brother, she's the one you asked me to beat up last time." Fong Ping glared at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan snickered and immediately corrected herself. "She's the grandniece of instructor Li from MCMAU. She's a Year 3 student at MCMAU affiliated high school." Li Lauscher's grandniece. Fong Ping nodded slightly. He remembered now. Old man Li did not have any relatives. He was not married either, but he still had an older brother. His elder brother was not a martial artist and had passed away a long time ago. He had a nephew, but old man Li did not bring his nephew onto the path of martial arts. If it were his son, old man Li would not hesitate to bring him onto the path of martial arts. However, his nephew was his big brother's only bloodline. Once he became a martial artist, his life and death would be beyond his control. Old man Li would rather his nephew be a normal person than take care of him. His nephew was still rather resentful about this and had cut off contact with old man Li many years ago. However, old man Li's grandniece was rather talented. On top of that, his nephew had been holding back his anger, wholeheartedly wanting to groom a martial artist, so he had spent a lot of money on his daughter. Now, Li Hongyu, who was in Year 3, had a vitality close to 150 calories. Old man Li did not really care about it. He did not even ask about it, but Fong Ping knew that old man Li still cared about it. When they first went to the Nanjiang catacombs, old man Li had purposely mentioned this to Fong Ping to open the back door for his grandniece. If she could not get into MCMAU, she would be specially recruited. For martial artists, many of them had mixed feelings about letting their relatives become martial artists. Fu Changding's grandfather did not let him come into contact with martial arts at all when he was young. When Fong Ping taught Fong Yuan, he also had mixed feelings and hesitated a few times. The ones who were really concerned about the path of martial arts for their children were the rank 1 and 2 martial artists. They did not know about the catacombs. They only saw the glory of martial artists and felt the privilege of becoming a powerhouse. They wholeheartedly wanted their children to become martial arts powerhouses. However, that was in the past. Nowadays, martial arts powerhouses did not care about such things. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Nowadays, strength was the foundation, and no one stopped their descendants from becoming martial artists. These two were the descendants of MCMAU instructors. Fong Ping felt like he was looking at his own juniors. He smiled and said, "Hongyu, you're going to become a martial artist soon. Are you going to twice hone?" Li Hongyu was a little embarrassed. She said softly, "I'm not very confident. My father wants me to become a martial artist before Gaokao. The martial sciences exam will start in a few days. Don't rush. It's still beneficial to be twice honed. As for becoming a martial artist, you can think about it after you enter a martial arts university." Fong Ping smiled and said, "Your second grandfather is now a top-notch rank 8 powerhouse. When you enter MCMAU, ask him to help you. Let's see who will be embarrassed if the descendants of rank 8 powerhouses are not twice honed." Second grandfather. At the mention of Li Changsheng, Li Hongyu's gaze was a little complicated. She had heard of her second grandfather's legend. Ever since Li Changsheng came out of the Nanjiang catacombs, Old Li was also a legendary figure. He had once conquered the world with a sword and made a name for himself. A rank 5 martial artist had obtained the title of longevity swordsman. It was not something that ordinary people could do. Later, because of his injuries, he had been silent for 10 years. He did not come out for 10 years, but when he did, it was earth-shattering. He forged a golden body and achieved rank 8. Ordinary people did not know much about it. In the circle, there was even a saying of a rank 6 sword beheading a rank 8. These legends were still very popular in MCMAU's affiliated high school. After all, this was MCMAU's territory. Nowadays, the most famous martial artists in MCMAU's affiliated high school were not the unknown paragons or rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists. One was Li Chongsheng and the other was Fang Ping. Both of them were much more famous than Wu Quishan. Fang Ping noticed the complicated tone in her voice. He smiled and did not say anything. He only lamented, "It's another year of the martial sciences exam. Time really flies." It had been 2 whole years. He had just finished lamenting when Fang Yuan suddenly whispered, "Brother!" That Fang Yuan looked uneasy. She whispered, that I signed up for this year's martial sciences exam." Fang Ping's expression changed. He frowned slightly and said, "Aren't you only in year 1? Martial arts universities are expanding their enrollment this year. Anyone who meets the requirements can sign up. I also meet the requirements. My teacher also said that I'm already an official martial artist. The requirements for cultural studies have been lowered. The main thing is still vitality." Fang Ping's expression changed. He frowned and said, "It doesn't matter if you go to a martial arts university or not. Staying in high school for another 2 years is pretty good." If she went to a martial arts university, she would officially come into contact with the catacombs. MCMAU had opened up the catacombs curriculum to the entire university. Fang Ping did not want Fang Yuan to enter a martial arts university now. Fang Yuan was 16 years old this year. Fang Ping hoped that she could enjoy 2 more years in peace. Once she knew everything about the catacombs, she would not have the same mentality as she did now. Moreover, martial arts university martial artists would enter the catacombs once they reached rank 3 or rank 2. Currently, MCMAU was even discussing that rank 1 martial artists could also enter the catacombs if they wanted to. They would not leave the city, but they would look around in the catacombs. However, would there be no danger even if they were in the city? In the catacombs, attacks on the city were common. He, Fang Ping, cultivated hard and risked his life. What was it for? Was it so great that it was for all of humanity? Even if the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. He was not qualified yet. He only hoped that his family could live a better and safer life under his protection. Now, Fang Yuan wanted to apply for martial sciences. Fang Ping was in a bad mood. Fang Yuan pouted and bit her lip. She mumbled, "Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. Once I enter a martial arts university, I have to fight and carry out missions. I know that, but I'm already a martial artist, okay?" Xiaya also signed up this time. Teacher Song didn't say anything. Fang Ping huffed. "Teacher Song is Teacher Song. I'm me. You're not allowed to sign up or take the exam." "Brother." "All right, I'm tired. I'm going to rest. You guys have fun." Fang Ping did not say anything else. He went straight into the house. After he left, Fang Yuan looked annoyed. She said unhappily, "He always treats me like a kid. I'm already an official martial artist. If I go to a martial arts university, I'll improve faster and become stronger." Yuan. Song comforted her softly. "Big brother Fang must be doing this for your own good. Actually, when I said I wanted to apply for martial sciences, my dad didn't say anything for a few days. He was a little unhappy. Actually, my dad said before that the martial arts university students like Big Brother Fang are under a lot of pressure. Especially prodigy martial artists like Big Brother Fang. They're under more pressure than anyone else. Yuan, if you really can't do it, just forget it." Fang Yuan pouted and said angrily, "I know." The last time he went back, he was attacked. He was so badly injured. He slept in a padded jacket for so many days. Fang Yuan's eyes reddened. "I just want to enter a martial arts university as soon as possible and become stronger. At least I won't be unable to run anymore. If Dad and I weren't there last time, he could have run away." Fang Yuan's eyes reddened even more. "He's always like this. He doesn't say anything, but he talks about all the good things and how amazing he is. The last time the teacher brought us to see those grandparents, many of them were crippled. Many of them died too. Many MCMAU teachers died last year, and it's the same this year. He never talks about this when he comes back. When those grandparents found out that I'm Fong Ping's younger sister, they treated me especially well. They said that my brother brought glory to MCMAU and helped MCMAU a lot. My brother has only been in MCMAU for 2 years, and he's already a rank 6 martial artist. I'm not an idiot. It won't be that easy. Yuan. Beside her, Li Hongyu said softly, then you should talk to Big Brother Fong. I'm sure he'll understand. He won't. Fong Yuan said angrily, he's a male chauvinist through and through. He's enough as long as I have him. He's also a big liar. He keeps lying to me that I'm not talented enough and that I have no future in martial arts. The teacher already said that I'm talented enough to be twice honed. Buffed. Songya and Fong Yuan could not help but laugh. Upstairs, Fong Ping shook his head lightly, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. Stupid girl, can't you just stay at home obediently? Go shopping with your classmates and watch movies when you're free. How nice would that be? This girl wants to share the burden with me? In any case, Fong Ping had already made up his mind. At the very least, he would not let this girl enter a martial arts university until she was 18 years old. He would wait until she was 18 years old. With him around, there would be plenty of cultivation resources for this girl. Fong Ping would rather cultivate her into a vitality martial artist. As he thought about it, Fong Ping suddenly laughed at himself. Sure enough, people are all the same. Previously, although Fong Ping did not look down on people like Jiang Chao, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. Facing them, Fong Ping still did not really think much of them. The ones he thought highly of were people like Wang Jinyang, people like Qin Fengqing, people who dared to risk their lives, and martial artists who fought bloody battles in the catacombs. Now that he thought about it, why did martial artists do all this? It was for the betterment of their families. Fong Ping could not bear to part with his sister. It was normal for those at the peak to be reluctant to part with their descendants. As expected, from a bystander's point of view, my mentality is not as balanced. When others look at my sister, I'm afraid they'll think the same way. Fong Ping shook his head. He knew that this might not be a good thing for Fong Yuan, but he did not change his mind. Perhaps he could be like the people in Star Town, waiting for his sister to reach the 6th rank before letting her slowly hone her skills? If Raleigh reaches rank 6, maybe I'll reach the peak? Fong Ping calculated in his mind for a while. A smile appeared on his face. It was hard to say. After staying at home for 2 days, Fong Yuan was still sulking at him. He could not be bothered with her. The angrier this girl was, the more she liked to pout. The more she pouted, the cuter and more fleshy her little round face was. Fong Ping could not wait for her to be angry for a few more days. It felt so good to pinch it that he was so happy that he purposely provoked the girl a few times. However, the happier he was, the angrier Fong Yuan became. Even after Fong Ping left, the girl's anger had not subsided. When he returned to school, it was already May 5th. The reason why he returned to school now was because there were 2 things he had to deal with. Firstly, the government had sent people to MCMAU. Reneging on a debt was something the government could not bring themselves to do. This time, on the one hand, it was to repay Fong Ping's money, and on the other, it was to award him a medal. Fong Ping had really received an advanced honor medal. Not only the medal, but there were also some other rewards. He had blown up a royal city in the Tiananmen catacombs. This was a great achievement. The government could not afford to reward too many materialistic things, but some things related to honor could not be discounted. This was the first thing. The second thing was that Chen Yunqi had left the catacombs. She had left earlier than Fong Ping, leaving Magic City on April 25th. She had only left the catacombs in South Capital today. 10 days was not too long, but it was not short either. Chun Yunchi called Fong Ping the moment she came out of the catacombs. On the way to school, Chun Yunchi could not contain her excitement. She said happily, "Fong Ping, I'm upper stage rank 4 now." So fast? Fong Ping was indeed a little surprised, or rather shocked. When did Chun Yunchi enter rank 4? It was in December during the second Martial Arts University Championship. Only 5 months had passed since then. To Fong Ping, 5 months was a really, really long time. However, although Chun Yunchi's talent was not bad, going from early stage rank 4 to upper stage rank 4 in 5 months was still frighteningly fast. CCMAU's Han Su, a true thrice-honed martial artist, seemed to still be middle stage rank for now, right? Chun Yunchi heard Fong Ping's surprised tone and was a little excited. Even Fong Ping was shocked. Thinking of this, Chun Yunchi said excitedly, "Yes, it's true. Didn't you give me some 100 honing fruits before? When I came to South Capital, my grandfather left me some energy fruits that can help me hone my organs." In the South Capital catacombs, I participated in a few small-scale hunts and fought a few times. After I digested these energy fruits, I finished honing my heart. The requirement for upper stage rank 4 was to finish honing the heart. For martial artists, honing the heart was the most difficult thing in the rank 4 stage. People like Wang Jinyang had actually stayed at middle stage rank 4 for a long time. On the contrary, after entering upper stage rank 4, they improved by leaps and bounds. This had something to do with their resurrection. Actually, it was also because the honing of the heart was completed, so the follow-up was easier. Although the 100 honing fruit and those energy fruits could speed up the honing process, Chun Yunchi's speed from middle stage to upper stage was still too fast. Fong Ping was a little confused. "So simple? The energy fruits your grandfather gave you are better than the 100 honing fruit? Was it true?" Although the 100 honing fruit was not a high-ranked energy fruit, it was actually extremely rare. For rank 4 and 5 martial artists, the 100 honing fruit was the most suitable for honing their organs. Fong Ping did not expect Old Chin to have an even better energy fruit. On the other end of the phone, Chun Yunchi stammered, "Anyway, it's very good. The effect is very good." "Is that so? Where are you now? Is your grandfather there?" "Grandfather is not here." "Hey, grandfather, when did you come?" On the other end of the phone, Chun Yunchi looked surprised. She had just left the catacombs, and her grandfather was already here? Chun Yaoting's face was slightly pale. He glanced at his granddaughter and said somewhat helplessly, "You just left the catacombs and didn't even say to call home. You only know to call outsiders you." He wanted to slap Fong Ping on the other end of the phone to death. There was no need to slap his own granddaughter to death. Chun Yunchi was a little embarrassed. Her face flushed. Chun Yaoting smiled and took the phone from her hand. Holding the phone, Chun Yaoting said in an unfriendly tone, "I have something to do. I'll hang up first. You, kid, be careful." After saying that, Chun Yaoting hung up immediately. Fong Ping was speechless. "Old man, you're too arrogant. Arrogant to the point that I originally wanted to help you. Now I have to reconsider." Outside the catacombs in South Capital, Chun Yaoting's gaze was slightly complicated. He glanced at his granddaughter and suddenly said somewhat angrily, "That kid is already rank 6. He has his own trump card and his own secrets. This time he blew up a royal city in the catacombs and killed several rank 9s. You want to learn from him too? I asked you to cultivate properly, not to send you to your death. Upper stage rank for the sake of upper stage rank for you." Chun Yaoting was distressed and angry at the same time. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Are you trying to anger me to death?" Someone punched through your heart. If old Zhang did not find you, you would have died. You stupid girl. Are you trying to anger me to death? Who allowed you to act recklessly? Who allowed you to go out alone? Do you want to try shattering the other 4 of the 5 viscera next and try to enter peak rank for immediately? Chen Yunqi said timidly, Grandpa, isn't that sending me to my death? I don't want to die. You. Qin Yaoting felt a splitting headache. Nonsense. You also know that you're sending yourself to your death? Seeing that her grandfather was about to explode in anger, Qin Yunqi immediately said, Grandpa, it's all an accident. I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Yaoting let out a cold humph and frowned. Girl, there's no need to deliberately pursue the advancement of strength. I'm already very happy that you've become a rank for martial artist at this time. Don't compare yourself to those monsters. They all have their own trump cards and secrets. There are some things that you can achieve even if you risk your life. Senior Qin doesn't. Qin Yunqi replied in a low voice. Qin Yaoting was speechless. He's 2 years older than you. You also know that he doesn't have these things. Look at him. Every time he's not sending himself to his death, he's just lucky not to die. But is everyone as lucky as him? He's only middle stage rank 5 now. When you reach his age, even if you cultivate step by step, you'll almost be middle stage rank 5. But Senior Qin's talent isn't good. He's only a once honed. I'm almost thrice honed. If he's already middle stage rank 5 in his senior year, then I'll need to be at least peak rank 5 or rank 6. You, Grandpa martial artists must fight. Isn't this what you said every day at SCMAU? Grandpa, I'm also a martial artist and a middle-ranked martial artist at that. Since I'm a martial artist, then of course I have to fight. You, Grandpa, shut up. Qin Yaoting was about to explode. He said angrily, Don't learn from that bastard Fong Ping. In the past, you couldn't even say a word after holding it in for a long time. Now, when I speak, you can speak better than me. Qin Yaoting was choking with anger, but it was Fong Ping who was angry. The only one who had the gift of the gab and could make people speechless was that brat Fong Ping. Look at how his granddaughter had been brought up. She used to be so good, shy and timid. One look at her and you would feel pity for her. His precious granddaughter, he was afraid of being bullied. But now, he was actually lecturing him. Martial artists must fight. When I said this, your father wasn't even born yet. I don't need you to teach me. Qin Yaoting's injuries flared up in his anger. His face turned even paler. Seeing this scene, Qin Yunqi was a little worried. She quickly said, Grandpa, are you hurt? I'm fine, Grandpa. Your golden body seems to have dimmed. Qin Yunqi became nervous. She suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Grandpa, did Fong Ping get life essence in the catacombs this time? Qin Yaoting was shocked. You know this too? Seeing Qin Yaoting's surprise, Qin Yunqi beamed with joy. Grandpa, does he have more? I'll call and ask him to lend you some. You can just write him an IO. Qin Yaoting was stunned. I've already written an IOU of 2 billion. That's not the point. Your grandpa is almost done for. At this time, when you want to borrow some life essence from that brat, your first thought is to ask me to continue writing IOUs. What are you thinking? I can't have this granddaughter anymore. Qin Yaoting's heart suddenly ached. He hasn't even said anything about dating you. You're already treating yourself as a member of the Fong family? Qin Yaoting's expression was unfriendly. He snorted coldly. Even if I die, I won't eat handouts. Old Qin was furious. If that brat really cared about you, he would have brought it up a long time ago if he still had some life essence with him. He did not even bring it up now. He, Old Qin, was also a person who valued his reputation. He was not shameless like Wu Quishan or Li Changsheng. Chapter 5:29. McMao. At this moment, Fong Ping still did not know that Old Qin had spoken harshly at SCMAU. At this time, Fong Ping had already arrived at MCMAU's guest hall after Old Qin hung up. In the guest hall, 2 grandmasters from the government came. The military department's Deputy Commander Zhou and the Education Department's Deputy Minister Wang. Both of them were acquaintances. Especially Minister Wang, he was everywhere. Fang Ping suspected that this rank 8 powerhouse specialized in running errands. There were many deputy ministers in the education department. It seemed like old Wang's position was not that high. The person who received these two was Huang Jing. The others were either in closed-door cultivation or cultivating. Seeing Fang Ping enter the door, Minister Wang smiled and said, "Fang Ping, congratulations!" "No, I should call you General Fang from now on." "General?" Fang Ping was slightly stunned. Then he chuckled and said, "Minister, it's honorary, right?" "Nonsense." Minister Wang did not stand on ceremony. He smiled and said, "Of course it's honorary. Do you think you can lead the troops? Even so, this is the central government's recognition and affirmation of you. Do you think anyone can become a general?" In the military department, it was not difficult to become a lieutenant, but to become a general, one had to make great contributions. In the Magic City catacombs, the peak rank 6 powerhouse, Sumafu, who was in charge of Magic City, was also a general. However, he had great authority and a high status. The nation's famous weapon could not be given out easily. It was still fine in the local areas. Many of the honorary positions of commanders and deputy governors were still given out. However, in the military department, it was true that they did not give out military achievements. Yao, Qingjun, and Chen Wenlong, these martial arts university students, also trained in the military department. Both of them had fought in the catacombs many times and were still lieutenants. It was still too early for them to become generals. It would take at least 3 to 5 years, maybe 8 to 10 years. As for Fang Ping, he had never gone to the military department to train, nor had he carried out the military department's missions. However, after several times of accumulation of contributions, and this time even more so, if Fang Ping was a grandmaster powerhouse now, according to the government's wishes, he would be given the rank of general. However, the rank of general was only given to grandmasters. Fang Ping had enough contributions, but his strength was slightly lacking. Finally, the government gave him the rank of general. General! A smile appeared on Fang Ping's face. Although this was not money, nor was it a material reward, there were still many benefits to having the title of general, at least in terms of seniority. The position of a general in the military was not lower than that of a provincial governor. Every general was in charge of a region. They were either the catacombs commanding general or the local military chief. Despite his joy, Fang Ping did not linger for too long. Very quickly he let out a dry cough and said, "Commander, Minister, that..." Before he could finish, Minister Wang looked at Commander Zhou and said with a smile, "I told you that this guy is very realistic. If it were someone else, he would probably say, once you become a general, your life essence will be considered as contributions. It's possible for others, but it's impossible for this guy." Commander Zhou also laughed, but he wasn't surprised. After all, warriors were more practical. It was almost impossible to expect Fang Ping to supply those things for free just because he had a military rank. Commander Zhou didn't say much. He simply took out a booklet and said, "Money won't help much. Even if you were given 160 billion, you wouldn't be able to buy any useful cultivation resources. These are some strategic resource reserves of the government and the military. Many things are used less and less. Even we can't get more of them now. Pick some. Fang Ping, this is a rare opportunity." Minister Wang also laughed and said, "I've taken a look at the catalog. Some of the things make me green with envy. There are many things that even I can't exchange for. Fang Ping, this is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it." "Understood." Fang Ping took the booklet hurriedly. There were many powerhouses in the government. Naturally, their reserves were not comparable to MCMAU's. If he asked for money, the government might really give it to him if he asked. However, if he gave money, he might get a higher wealth value. However, Fang Ping definitely could not use money to buy some precious treasures. For example, a rank 7 divine weapon could be bought with money, but the probability was not high. Rank 9, that was impossible. It was impossible to buy with money, not to mention divine weapons. Even some precious energy fruits like the 100 honing fruit were hard to buy. It was even more so for life essence. Last time, Fong Ping had only applied for 100 grams in MCMAU's name. There were several grandmasters in MCMAU. He took the booklet and looked at it. There were pictures and text, which were quite intuitive. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment when he flipped to the first page of the booklet. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Commander, this is too." On the first page of the booklet, it was written, "Sky Splitter, rank 9 divine weapon, worth 150 billion. As for that sword, Fong Ping was the one who used it to exchange for the monster's corpse." Commander Zhou chuckled. "It's up to you whether you want to exchange for it or not. Others don't even have the chance to get it. Rank 9 divine weapons are not for sale. There's a precondition that must be met before you can exchange for them. Previously, the precondition for some rank 9 divine weapons was to kill a catacombs rank 9. For you, we've already waived these preconditions. Actually, many people have their eyes on this sword. The reason why it's on the catalog is mainly because you snatched it. We're just giving you a chance. If you don't want it, we'll be more than happy to do so." Commander Zhou was not lying. Countless people really had their eyes on the rank 9 divine weapon. Today, there were a total of 32 rank 9 powerhouses on the ranking list. Axe King had fallen, and Yang Daohong was not on the list. Other than the 4 paragons, the remaining 28 rank 9s only had 7 or 8 people with rank 9 divine weapons. There were still a large number of rank 9 powerhouses without rank 9 divine weapons, including Wu Chuan. Commander Zhou also mentioned Wu Chuan on purpose, chuckling. "Guardian Wu, from the House of Guardians, knows that you exchanged this sword with the military department. I heard that he's looking for an opportunity to snatch you. You'd better not exchange for this sword." Fong Ping was dumbfounded. He said dryly, "Guardian Wu didn't say that, did he?" Wu Chuan was a guardian. "How could he say that?" Minister Wang chuckled. "He really said that. Kid, take it easy. He really wants to snatch you. I'll tell you in advance. If he snatches you, we won't be responsible. Guardian Wu can be considered an MCMAU person. If he snatches you, that's your internal matter. If your vice-chancellor stands up for him, we won't be responsible." Fong Ping pursed his lips. If Wu Chuan dared to snatch him, he would let the MCMAU grandmasters gang up on him. MCMAU was not afraid of him. However, old Wu was considered half one of them. Fong Ping felt that before he robbed him, he would not look for trouble with him for the time being. He did not continue the conversation. Fong Ping would not exchange for a rank 9 divine weapon. Only an idiot would exchange for it. He had no use for it anyway. Void-piercing swordsmanship. Commander Li Zhen's original creation. Ultimate origin skill. Value 100 billion. This was the exchange item on the second page. Fong Ping glanced at it. His gaze was unfriendly. He looked at the 2 grandmasters and gritted his teeth. "Grandmasters, what do you mean by this?" Minister Wang did not bat an eyelid. Commander Zhou coughed softly. "Ultimate origin skills are top-notch combat techniques that can only be created by rank 9 and ultimate martial artists. Normal combat techniques can be provided to high-ranked powerhouses for free. However, this combat technique will not be leaked to the public. It's very important. Commander Li's self-created ultimate skill is renowned throughout the world. Even the Catacombs' ultimate peak is coveting it. Once the sword is unleashed, all gods and Buddhas will be destroyed. Even in Sino Nation, there are only a few people who have learned Commander Li's ultimate skill. Normally, it's not even open to anyone. This time, Commander Li took into account your outstanding contribution and specially opened up the access. Otherwise, forget 100 billion. Even if it's 1 trillion or 10 trillion, we won't exchange this ultimate skill to the public." Minister Wang acted as if he did not hear anything. He stared at the ceiling and said, Li Changxing has taken the path of 10,000 Dao becoming one. His time is limited. It's not a good idea to create his own combat technique. He needs to accumulate it for many years. He's just entered high rank. Although he's not weak, he doesn't have a good set of combat techniques to complement it. In fact, his strength is limited. However, if there's a self-created ultimate skill at the ultimate peak, created by a top-notch powerhouse among the ultimate peak and also a Sword Dao powerhouse, then his strength will increase greatly. What if I don't exchange it? Fang Ping said angrily, Instructor Li's increase in combat strength is also for Sino Nation and for mankind. There's no reason to charge for it, Commander Zhou coughed softly and said, Fang Ping ultimate skills are self-created by rank. 9 powerhouses after all. It involves some deep secrets of the martial arts path. This is also his personal property. If you really don't want to exchange it, then no one will force you. You can ask Li Changxing to go to the government to get some common mentality combat techniques for free. These are free of charge. Combat techniques. When one reached a high rank, they would not use those common combat techniques anymore. The so-called mentality combat techniques were combat techniques that could combine mentality and vitality to maximize the outburst of celestiality. MCMU had some of this. The government would also provide some to Grandmaster powerhouses free of charge. There were also some Grandmasters who would create their own combat techniques that were suitable for them. However, this also required the accumulation of time and a deep understanding of martial arts. As for the rank 9 powerhouses' combat techniques of the origin, because it involved some of their own martial arts path issues under normal circumstances, they would not be leaked. No matter how selfless they were, some things still needed to be set up with some obstacles. If the top powerhouses of the catacombs found out about the leaking of ultimate skills, they might find some flaws in the powerhouse's martial arts path and target them. Just like what Commander Zhou said, there were not many people in the entire Sino nation who had been awarded Li Zhen's ultimate skills. Moreover, they were all absolutely trustworthy people. Including Commander Li Daong from the military department, they were only awarded after making many great contributions. This time, it was actually Li Zhen's idea to appear on the register. He wanted to give it to Li Changxing. It just so happened that the government still owed Fang Ping 160 billion. Li Zhen also took advantage of the situation and made some arrangements. Saving a little was still a little. This kid Fang Ping was richer than a rank 9. He did not need so much for the time being. Fang Ping's expression was unpleasant. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm not exchanging for this. He could even guess what the government was thinking. After old man Li's 10,000 Dao became one, his vitality depleted quickly. Where would he have the time to create his own combat techniques? It was already his limit to create a set of mentality combat techniques. Although old man Li had already determined his own martial arts path for the ultimate skills, he had just entered a high rank. He did not have endless time to accumulate. How could he create his own? Whether he wanted to exchange for it or not, that was up to Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping was really speechless. Combat techniques did not add wealth. He had known this since a long time ago. MCMAU had a lot of combat techniques. Most of them were open to the public for free. If combat techniques counted as wealth, Fang Ping could increase his wealth immeasurably just by going one round in the combat technique room. He was prepared to fish for more benefits from the government this time, at least to increase his wealth. Now that this had happened, Fang Ping was about to die from embarrassment. Minister Wang chuckled and said, I won't force it. This is up to you. Fang Ping did not say anything and continued to read. Below, there were some rank 8 divine weapons, rank 7 divine weapons, energy stones, and some other high-level combat techniques. Other than that, there were some low-level pills, such as vitality pills and bone-honing pills. Moreover, they all started at 1,000 pills. This was probably specially made by the government to target Fong Ping. He could exchange some for MCMAU's reserves. Fong Ping pretended not to see it. I'm not doing this. As he continued to flip, Fong Ping finally saw what he wanted. Heavenly Golden Lotus. Rank 8 energy flower. Grows in the Forbidden Sea. Can nourish mentality. Works wonders for rank 8 and below. Price 20 billion per petal. Dark Moon Herb. Rank 7 energy flower. Grows from a rank 7 monster plant. Can nourish mentality. Works wonders for rank 7 and below. Price 5 billion per petal. Divine Fruit. Rank 6 energy fruit. Grows from a rank 6 monster plant. Can nourish mentality. Effect is best if mentality is below 500 Hz. Effect is greatly reduced above 500 Hz. Price 500 million per petal. The government really did have treasures that could increase mentality. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. They also had the divine fruit provided to Luo Yichuan and the others. Moreover, it was not too expensive. Of course, it was not expensive to Fong Ping. In fact, 500 million per petal was extremely expensive. The government might have a lot of them in reserve, but they were certainly not overflowing. Otherwise, they would not have opened it only to peak rank 6 martial artists and only now. Fong Ping looked at it for a while and asked, "Commander, is the effect of this dark moon herb good?" Commander Zhou laughed. "Of course it's good. The dark moon herb is actually grown from a rank 7 monster plant known as the dark moon plant. This plant is not a blade of grass. Instead, it has this kind of grass that can increase mentality growing on its trunk. This kind of monster plant is extremely rare. It grows in Mount Royal Sea. Most people will not be able to encounter it. We have some in reserve, but the quantity is very small. This time we purposely—" Fong Ping interrupted immediately. "I understand. They purposely opened it to me. What I mean is if I use a mentality of more than 900 Hz, can I materialize my mentality if I use one?" Commander Zhou frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Mentality materialization is a relatively big hurdle. 900 Hz mentality might seem similar to 1000 Hz, but you need to break through a barrier. It's not very likely that you can achieve materialization with just one dark moon herb. Not only the dark moon herb, but even the heavenly golden lotus is very effective. However, this is a barrier. Perhaps you can make your mentality reach 999 Hz, but you still can't break through the barrier. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand." Fong Ping nodded. "Commander, can you give me a rough idea? For example, how much mentality can a rank 8 heavenly golden lotus increase? What about rank 7? What about rank 6? Of course, I also know that the stronger the mentality, the harder it is to increase it. Let's use 500 Hz and above as the standard. Do you have specific data like this?" Commander Zhou thought for a moment and said, "This actually varies from person to person." Also, Commander Zhou smiled bitterly. Also, mentality has just reached the stage where it can be externalized. Who would use those precious mentality treasures? Isn't it a waste? At least no one in the military department would do so. You want me to give you specific data, but I'm not too sure. I'll give you a rough idea. 4 rank 7 martial artists, if they consume the heavenly golden lotus, they can increase their mentality by at least 100 Hz. Of course, there's a limit to any treasure. After you consume 3 to 5 petals, the effect will weaken. When your mentality reaches 3000 Hz and above, there won't be much effect anymore. As for the dark moon herb, if you consume one, you should be able to reach 30 to 50 Hz. As for the fruit of nourishment, it's almost useless for rank 7 martial artists. The effect is weak, and it's not as fast as the growth of your vitality. Having said that, Commander Zhou looked at Fong Ping and said, "Have you decided what you want to exchange?" Fang Ping was about to nod when Commander Zhou said again, "Are you sure you don't want to exchange for Commander Zhou's origin unique technique?" Fang Ping, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you want to exchange for it next time, I'm afraid you'll have to make an even bigger contribution than what you've done now. Minister Wang smiled and said, after learning the void-piercing swordsmanship coupled with the rank 9 longevity sword that Li Chongsheng forged himself, the longevity swordsman will be really powerful. A typical rank 9 martial artist might not be his match. However, without the origin combat technique, Li Chongsheng might be able to contend with a rank 9, but at most he'll be a weak rank 9. It might be possible to fight to a draw, but if it's a battle of attrition, Li Chongsheng will definitely die. A rank 9 isn't that easy to deal with. Fang Ping's face turned green, and he said angrily, "Instructor Li is planning to retire. He's not going to fight, so why change combat techniques? When the day comes when the situation is critical and he needs to fight, I'll ask him to go to the military department to ask for it. If they don't give it to him, then let him die. It's up to you whether you give it to him or not." Cough, cough, cough. Everyone present coughed lightly. What he said left them speechless. This kid was really not easy to deal with. Fang Ping ignored them and said, "I'll try 1 petal of the rank, 8 heavenly golden lotus, 10 stalks of dark moon herb, and 100 fruit of nourishment." Commander Zhou interrupted. "We don't have that many fruit of nourishment." "Then 50 it is." Commander Zhou said with a headache, "Energy flowers and energy fruits that are helpful for mentality are extremely precious, and there aren't many of them. It's best if the upper limit is 10. Commander, there aren't so few rank 6 ones, right? It's just fruit of nourishment. They're being distributed all over the country now." Commander Zhou stopped talking after hearing that. After a moment of consideration, he nodded and said, "All right, then 50 it is. That's 95 billion. What else do you want? 100 honing fruits." Commander Zhou was speechless again. This kid had picked all the good stuff. They were not particularly precious, but they were all rare. Before he could speak, Fang Ping complained, "Last time I asked MCMAU, the purchase price of the 100 honing fruit was 20 million at most. Why did they set the price at 100 million for me? This increase is too much." Minister Wang said impatiently, "You should be content. It's your luck that we can exchange for it. Do you think it's everywhere? The 100 honing fruit can only be found in energy mines. The government doesn't have a lot of them in reserve." Commander Zhou did not argue. He said in a muffled voice, 105 billion. "Give me 100 vein-molding flowers." Commander Zhou was speechless again. This kid really had high standards and was ruthless. Although the vein-molding flowers are only used by rank 5 martial artists, they have a miraculous effect on them. 300 million for 1 flower is really taking special care of you, I understand. That's 135 billion, right? Fang Ping smiled. He thought for a moment and said, "The remaining 25 billion I'll exchange for the void-piercing swordsmanship technique." Cough, cough, cough. The 2 grandmasters' faces were red from coughing. On the side, Huang Jing looked at the sky. "I'll pretend I didn't hear it." This kid was really something. Commander Li set a price of 100 billion, but he pretended he didn't see it. In the end, he left 25 billion to exchange for this. Was he saying that Commander Li was a fool? Most importantly, he only left that much for himself. He had an attitude of, if you don't want exchange, then forget it. Huang Jing actually wanted to see if the government would exchange or not. Minister Wang stopped coughing and started counting ants with his head down, even though there were no ants here. Commander Zhou struggled fiercely. He seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. Fang Ping, watch carefully. That requires 100 billion. I know, but I don't really want exchange. Leaving 25 billion is already my largest budget. How about I forget it and continue to exchange for something else? You. Commander Zhou's face was blank. Should he exchange or not? The reason Li Zhen brought out his lost technique was to give it to Li Chongqing. However, Fang Ping did not fall for it. If he did not give a single cent, it would probably be a failure this time. No matter how generous Li Zhen was, he might not accept it if he gave it to Li Chongqing for free. But at least he left 25 billion for himself. Commander Zhou's expression changed. In the end, he almost gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll agree on behalf of the commander." Fang Ping, you're very good. That's the price, 25 billion, right? I'll definitely mark it down for you. Good boy, you didn't offer any price. You offered 25 billion. You did it. If Commander Li found out, I don't know if he wants to beat you to death. But you better be careful next time. Chapter 530. The 160 billion that the government owed had been redeemed after exchanging for so many things. Fang Ping was actually quite satisfied, although he felt that there were not many things exchanged. These things could not be bought with money. If the government really held an auction, these things would not be worth 160 billion. If Li Zhen's self-created origin secret art were to be sold globally, the experts of some countries might even be willing to pay a few trillion. He could study the path to the pinnacle. Although the ultimate technique only slightly touched on the path of origin, the path to the pinnacle was really coveted. 1 petal golden lotus, 10 stalks of dark moon grass, 50 divine fruit, 100 vein-molding flowers, 100 honing fruits, and the void-piercing sword technique. Commander Zhou noted these down and continued, I haven't brought them here yet, but I'll arrange for someone to send them over in 3 days. Fang Ping, although these are your own things, and you exchanged your life essence for them, it's best not to use these things recklessly. Many things are used less and less. Once they're used up, they'll be gone. Also, consuming a lot of these things doesn't have many benefits for martial arts. You also know that martial artists in Star Town consume a lot of natural treasures, which also makes it harder for them to advance after they enter the mentality-vitality fusion realm. Fang Ping nodded. I know. Don't worry, Commander. I'll definitely use them where they need to. That's for the best. Commander Zhou was about to leave after saying that. Fang Ping quickly said, Commander, Minister, are you leaving now? I still have something to do. No. Fang Ping said immediately, they haven't arranged the award ceremony yet. I've become a general and received the Defend the Nation medal. No matter what, they have to show that they value me, right? If they just gave it to me in private, wouldn't it make the generals in the military department look like cabbages? Fang Ping said immediately, Commander and Minister, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately gather all the teachers and students to attend the award ceremony. Commander Zhou and Minister Wang were both stunned. This kid was really something. An hour later, MCMAU's auditorium. Fang Ping was dressed in a general's military uniform with a solemn expression. Commander Zhou was no longer in the mood to joke. He helped Fang Ping put on the Defend the Nation medal with a straight face and said loudly, MCMAU Fang Ping, with outstanding contributions, is specially awarded the Defend the Nation medal and the rank of general. Salute! Thousands of instructors and students below the stage saluted one after another, solemn and respectful. Fang Ping's face was full of joy. He held back his smile and forced himself to be serious. He said loudly, Sino Nation will win. Mankind will win. Martial arts university instructors and students will never avoid a battle. All right. Commander Zhou shouted loudly and bowed to Fang Ping. Seeing that Fang Ping was so happy that he could not hold it in any more, he could not help but laugh in his heart. He was a good seedling, and his martial arts future was limitless. Unfortunately, was there still enough time? Commander Zhou didn't say anything else, and the award ceremony came to an end. Below the stage, the MCMAU instructors and students were filled with emotions. Fang Ping, who was only a sophomore, was already a general. MCMAU had been established for 61 years, and countless students had graduated. There were only a few people who could be conferred the title of general in the military. Not to mention the grandmaster powerhouses, there were less than 5 people who were below the grandmaster level who had the rank of general. Fang Ping had once again set a new record. After the award ceremony, Commander Zhou and Commander Liu were ready to leave. Dressed in his military uniform, Fang Ping walked them all the way to the school gate. When the two of them were about to leave, Fang Ping glanced at Minister Wang and said helplessly, "Minister, you didn't get much life essence from the government, did you?" Minister Wang laughed and said, "Why? Do you think life essence is everywhere? If that's the case, I'll give you life essence this time instead of compensating you with a lot of important resources." Then your injury, Fang Ping was a little reluctant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Minister Wang, you're also one of us. Back then in Sun City, although you only gave me a little bit of imperishable substance, I, Fang Ping, am also a person who knows how to repay favors. A drop of water should be returned with a fountain of water. I still have 1 caddy of life essence here." Minister Wang's face showed a touch of relief. Although MCMAU's Fang Ping was not very tactful, he was really a good person. As he was thinking, Fang Ping continued, "Just give me an IOU of 8 billion. No, 7 billion. Minister Wang's expression froze. What a waste of praise! Beside him, Commander Zhou really wanted to laugh, but he was also full of envy. To be honest, although the IOU was not a joke in everyone's eyes, how could Fang Ping force them to pay back without money? At this time, life essence was urgently needed by all parties. There were many people waiting to be saved. 1,000 grams was not a small amount. It was really a lot. It was a lot. With Minister Wang's current situation, he did not have the money to pay back. Paying back the money in the future was also a matter for the future. Minister Wang looked at Fang Ping for a while and chuckled. "Writing an IOU is nothing, kid," Fang Ping corrected him. "I'm a general now. Minister, pay attention to the way you address me." Minister Wang almost slapped him to death. After holding it in for a while, he said, "I was just saying it casually. Life essence is rare. It's a wholly life-saving item." Fang Ping chuckled. "It's okay. When I take over as MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, I'll privatize MCMAU. Just remember to speak up for me, Minister." Minister Wang's face was blank. What was this kid talking about? Beside him, Huang Jing, who had been silent for a long time, could not keep quiet anymore. He scolded, "Cut the crap!" Fang Ping grinned. He took out a crystal bottle from his pocket and an IOU that he had written earlier. "Minister, sign it." Minister Wang could not help laughing. He signed it and took the bottle. He looked at Fang Ping again, but did not say anything. He took the flight step and left. As soon as he left, Commander Zhou suddenly remembered something that he seemed to have forgotten. He smiled and said, "About the restricted area quota, there's news from Star City. But we'll have to wait and discuss the specific arrangements. I'll inform you when the time comes." "Thank you, Commander. This time, it's not the military department who fought for it. It's the education department who fought for it for you. Old Wang was too excited and forgot to tell you." Commander Zhou laughed, patted Fang Ping's shoulder, and said, "Don't forget I was there last time. Don't forget me next time when there's something good." Having said that, Commander Zhou also took the flight step and left. Last time in Sun City, Fang Ping pretended to be unconscious. It was Commander Zhou and Minister Wang who did it. As for Zheng Minghong's help later, Fang Ping did not feel grateful. When Commander Zhou mentioned this, Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not help but ask Huang Jing, "Vice-Chancellor, if I'm seriously injured and dying next time, can I find some grandmasters to save me for free?" Huang Jing did not bother to answer. Instead, he asked, "Are you really going to fight for the restricted area quota?" "Fang Ping, your strength is improving quickly. There's no need to take this risk. Cultivating in peace is the right way." Fang Ping nodded. I understand. If it's too dangerous, then I'll think about it again. But after thinking about it, even Jiang Chao and the others dared to go in. The danger is probably just average. Actually, I'm not going to the restricted area to become a grandmaster. I mainly want to broaden my horizons. I've been to the catacombs a few times, but I haven't met any catacombs geniuses. I also want to see how strong the catacombs geniuses are. This is also a rare opportunity. In other small regions, I still have to consider powerhouses attacking us. But in the restricted area, according to Minister Zhang, powerhouses are restricted. In the same rank, I, Fang Ping, am really not afraid of anyone. Let's wait for the Vice-Chancellor to come out of closed-door cultivation. Okay. All right, these things that you exchanged, Vice-Chancellor, don't get any ideas. I'll think about how to use them myself. Huang Jing smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said no more. Fang Ping might talk big, but in the end, he would still use it on others. The 100 honing fruit, the vein molding flower, the divine fruit. Fang Ping had no use for these things, and these were the things that Fang Ping exchanged the most. It was inevitable that he would use them on others. At this moment, Huang Jing really did not know what to say. Ever since Fang Ping rose in MCMAU, especially after he became the president of the Martial Arts Society, his contributions to MCMAU increased day by day. Although he said that MCMAU would be his private property in the future, the Grandmasters had a balance in their hearts. Some things did not need to be said out loud. How Fang Ping had treated MCMAU, how he had treated the Grandmasters, how he had treated the students. Everyone had a record. Half an hour later, Old Man Li came to the Martial Arts Society. When he saw Fang Ping, Old Man Li did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The void-piercing sword technique is mine. If there's any life essence, give me 10 caddies. I'm going into closed-door cultivation these few days. Fang Ping looked at him for a while and sighed softly. Take it easy. I've spent so much money on you. If you die after killing a rank 9, that'll be a big loss. At least kill a paragon to compensate me. Old Man Li rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. After a while, he said, It's too difficult. I'll see. When I cultivate 10 million vitality, I'll go kill a paragon. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not continue. He said, The things haven't been delivered yet. I'll send them to you when they're here. Life essence. I'll give you 33 caddies first. Live a few more days. Of the 90 caddies of life essence, he gave Wang Jinyang 5 caddies, Minister Wang 2 caddies, and Old Man Li 33 caddies. Fang Ping was left with 50 caddies. Old Man Li was slightly surprised. He asked, There's still so much left? Yes. Use it sparingly. How's the forging of the longevity sword? I'll wait for Old Wu to reach rank 9 before I start forging. The university is buying other supplementary materials now. With a rank 9 divine weapon and a paragon's self-created advanced combat technique, MCMAU has 2 real rank 9 combat strength now. Fang Ping was delighted. The stronger MCMAU was, the more capital he had to go wild. In Sino Nation, MCMAU was his biggest backer. He, Fang Ping, had countless good stuff. Did he really think that those VIPs could not see it? He had many anomalies. Those VIPs did not say anything to expose him because of MCMAU's existence. Before this, only those rank 7 and 8 powerhouses paid attention to Fang Ping. These powerhouses did not dare to provoke MCMAU in the past. Now, rank 9s, including Paragon, had all noticed Fang Ping. However, Paragon powerhouses did not care too much about this. Rank 9 powerhouses. After Wu Quishan exposed his strength and Li Changxing's 10,000 Dao unification, rank 9 powerhouses did not dare to simply look for Fang Ping. Without a strong background, there were some things that Fang Ping could not explain at all. Wang Jinyang was from NMAU. When he fought with the 2 major companies, MCMAU directly built its own production line and even extorted a huge sum of compensation. What about Wang Jinyang? At that time, he also said that NMAU wanted to build its own production line. In the end, no one brought this up. The two major companies directly ignored him. If you have the ability, go ahead and build it. If a martial arts university without a grandmaster does not look for trouble with you, then forget it. If you look for trouble yourself, then don't blame us for being impolite. After sending off Old Man Li, Fang Ping continued to busy himself. Chun Yunqi called again and asked if Fang Ping had any life essence left. She wanted to borrow some from her grandfather. When he heard this woman say, "Borrow some, right, and I owe you, I'll definitely return it," Fang Ping was a little amused. When Fang Ping said that he still had some here and asked Chun Yunqi and Chen Yaoting to come to MCMAU together, Fang Ping seemed to hear Chen Yaoting's roar. The old man seemed to be very angry. When Fang Ping hung up the phone, he could not help but shake his head. When people get old, their tempers get worse. I've already agreed to lend it to you, yet you're still so grumpy. This old man is quite hard to please. Busy, Fang Ping could not rest for a while. Li Han-song and Wang Jinyang did not come either. Both of them were very busy when they returned this time. Li Han-song began to think about coming to MCMAU as an instructor, while Wang Jinyang went back to make some arrangements for NMAU. After Zhang Qingnan consumed a large amount of life essence, he had also woken up. His mentality was not light. As for whether he had fully recovered, it was hard to tell at the moment. Zhang Qingnan himself did not think that it was a big problem, but since he had not reached peak rank 6, he could not be sure if there would be any sequelae for now. All the way until the 7th of May, a grandmaster from the military department sent the items that Fang Ping had exchanged. Chun Yunqi and Chen Yaoting, the grandfather-granddaughter pair, also arrived at MCMAU on this day. In the living room, when Fang Ping received these items, his eyes moved slightly. The data had changed. Wealth 620 billion conversion. Vitality 7,805 calories. 7,805 calories. Mentality 900 hertz, 940 hertz. Honed 177 bones, 100. 29 bones, 90. Storage space 100 cubic meters plus. Energy shield 10,000 wealth per minute plus. Aura simulation 10,000 wealth per minute plus. This time, the system increased his wealth by 120 billion, which was not a small amount. After all, the price given by the government was slightly higher than the price given by the government. Fang Ping did not care too much about the high price of fewer items. It could increase his value by 120 billion, which was actually higher than the value of the life essence that he had lent out. At this point, Fang Ping could be considered to have completely calculated his gains this time. 620 billion wealth, precious heavenly and earthly treasures worth more than 120 billion, 1 rank, 8 divine weapon, 2 rank, 7 ones, 50 caddies of life essence, 10 billion high-ranked energy stones. In addition, Old Man Li's countless IOUs, Old Wu's 100 billion, Big Lion and Instructor 12 billion each, Old Lu 10 billion, Minister Wang 7 billion, Old Chin 2 billion. The things that I robbed in Moon Laurel City were exchanged for another 700,000 credits, which is a total of 5 million credits. After the restructuring, that will be 5 million credits. He did not know that he did not know, but after doing the calculations, Fang Ping himself was a little shocked. His net worth was so terrifying that it was limitless. Fang Ping dared to guarantee that the only people richer than him were the Paragon powerhouses. No rank 9 would be richer than him. Even a powerhouse like Nan Yunyue did not have much money. If she had money, she would spend it on cultivation. It was obvious that the other rank 9 powerhouses were even poorer. While Fang Ping was still calculating, Chen Yaoting, who was beside him, saw that Fang Ping had collected countless good things, and his eyes were also dazzled. This kid was too rich. At this moment, Chun Yaoting had the urge to sell his granddaughter. 100 honing fruit, vein molding flour, divine fruit. These are the heavenly and earthly treasures that middle-ranked martial artists need the most. Thinking of his own ambitions, could it be that the granddaughter that he, Chun Yaoting, was unable to defeat Fong Ping? At that time he was full of confidence now. Old Chen's face was full of sorrow. I really can't defeat him. The Grandmaster from the military department did not stay for long. Old man Li also left hurriedly after getting the void-piercing swordsmanship. After he left, only Fong Ping and the others were left in the living room. Fong Ping saw that Chun Yaoting's nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. He could not help but laugh. Old Chin, your injuries are not much lighter than our vice-chancellor's. If you want to fully recover, you won't be able to without at least 8 caddies of life essence. Chun Yaoting humphed. No need. This time, I'm sending Yunqi back to MCMAU. I'll take care of my injuries myself. Grandpa, Chun Yunqi pleaded. Don't force yourself. Fong Ping already said that he's borrowing it. How can I not worry about you when your injuries are not healed? Chun Yaoting's face darkened. He humphed. It's not up to you to worry about this. Moreover, 1 or 2 caddies of life essence is better than nothing. Before he finished speaking, Fong Ping took out a sizable bottle from the side and said, 10 caddies. It should be enough for old Chen to recover completely. It will also be of great help to you when you continue to forge your golden body. Chun Yaoting was stunned. How did this kid still have so much? Fong Ping chuckled. I saved some in the past, so I still have some left. However, this is all my savings. Old Chin, I'm not a stingy person. As for the loan note, it was just a joke. My hobby is actually collecting. I want to collect some precious items of Grandmaster powerhouses. Loan notes are also very worth collecting. Fong Ping actually did not plan to collect the life essence from Chun Yaoting. He had calculated the value of the life essence. This included Minister Wang's as well. Among them, the one Fong Ping really wanted back was Old Wu's 100 billion. If Old Wu was willing to use her divine weapon to repay the debt, Fong Ping's wealth could exceed 700 billion. However, he was not in a hurry now. He would think about it when he reached 900 billion. Looking at the bottle in front of him, Chun Yaoting was struggling. F***CK, do I want it or not? This was not plain water. He had threatened him earlier because the life essence that Fong Ping brought back last time was not much. He needed a lot. What Fong Ping had was not enough for him to recover from his injuries. If that was the case, he did not want to waste it. There was no need. But now, it was enough for him to recover from his injuries. Today he had just achieved rank 8 not long ago. He had not forged his golden body to its limit. With so much life essence, not only could he recover from his injuries, but he could also continue to forge his golden body, making him stronger. Wasn't the pursuit of martial artists to become stronger? Beside him, his granddaughter was staring at him eagerly. Chun Yaoting cursed in his heart. She was not understanding at all. Silly girl, why don't you persuade me? How can I change my mind now? And Fong Ping, this kid, why are you holding a pen and paper? Do you really want me to write a loan note? Chun Yaoting could not leave now, but he could not stay either. Either way, they were in a stalemate. I won't say anything. If you guys don't give me a way out, I won't accept it even if you beat me to death. But I won't leave either. We are in a stalemate like this. Seeing old Chen's tsundra look, Fong Ping had the urge to laugh out loud. However, Chun Yaoting treated him quite well. Previously, when he returned to Nanjiang, one call and Chun Yaoting came all the way to protect him. After that, when he was attacked in Sun City, he also rushed all the way through the night. Maybe it had something to do with Chun Yunqi. However, if old Chun was not willing, based on the current relationship between Fong Ping and Chun Yunqi, as a rank 8 powerhouse, there was no need for him to rush to please Fong Ping. Seeing that old Chun was not moving, Fong Ping gave Chun Yunqi a look. Chun Yunqi, quickly pulled Qin Yaoting and said, "Grandpa, only when you recover from your injuries and become stronger will you have the ability to go down to the catacombs and seize resources. Fang Ping is doing this with good intentions. Please accept it, I beg you." Chan Yaoting pondered for a moment and said reluctantly, "This makes some sense." Forget it. If it wasn't for you, Grandpa would never." Before he finished speaking, he saw Fang Ping putting away the bottle as if he was about to leave. Chun Yaoting's face darkened. With a shift of his mentality, the bottle fell into his arms. Without signing, he turned around and left. Fang Ping was amused. Chun Yunqi said hurriedly, "I'll sign it for my grandpa." "No need. You have to return what you borrowed. Moreover, it's a rare treasure. Grandpa is actually very grateful, but he can't put down his pride." Chun Yunqi explained on behalf of her grandfather. If Chun Yaoting took the things and ran away, it would seem a little too much. However, Chun Yunqi knew that her grandfather was not that kind of person. When Fang Ping needed it, her grandfather would definitely return it. Afraid that Fang Ping would misunderstand, Chun Yunqi explained for a while and signed hurriedly. With a straight face, she said, "Grandpa dotes on me the most. He will definitely keep his word." Fang Ping laughed for a while and did not say much. After keeping the IOU, Fang Ping passed all the 100 honing fruits beside him to Chun Yunqi and said, "Use some for yourself and enter rank 5 as soon as possible. As for the rest, rank 4 students or instructors in the school can have some. Of course, the old rules apply." Fang Ping said seriously, "I'm not joking. I'll take back the money from the IOU sooner or later. The path of martial arts still depends on oneself. There's no free lunch in this world. Before you lend the things out, make it clear to everyone. If they can't pay, then when MCMAU goes to battle in the future, no matter how dangerous it is, they must go to battle when they're needed. It's up to everyone whether to lend or not. I still need to look at the vein molding flowers and fruits. Maybe I'll put them in MCMAU's logistics department. Everyone can exchange for them with their own money in the future. Reaping without sowing is not what I want to cultivate martial artists like this. It's not what MCMAU wants either." Chun Yunqi nodded hurriedly and said softly, "Then you don't have to." Chun Yunqi's face suddenly turned a little red. She said softly, "Okay, I understand. Fang Ping, I'll definitely enter rank 5 as soon as possible. I won't be a burden to you." "No, I have to enter rank 6 as soon as possible." Fang Ping nodded and did not say anything. At this point, he was almost done with his work in the school. Looking at the dark moon grass and heavenly golden lotus in his hands, Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. Maybe his mentality would be materialized on these. Mentality, materialization first. Although it was not considered Grandmaster level yet, with the Sanjiao Gate sealed, perhaps he could become a real Grandmaster level powerhouse very soon. 2 years, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Could he become a Grandmaster before September? Chapter 531. On May 5th, Fang Ping was conferred the title of General. However, it took longer for the news to spread. After 2 or 3 days, the outside world only knew that MCMAU's Fang Ping had become a general. As soon as this news came out, it caused quite a heated discussion. Everyone knew how difficult it was to be appointed as a general in the military. And at this time, the Martial Arts Association added the icing on the cake. May 9th. The Grandmaster ranking did not show any changes, but the rank 5 and rank 6 rankings changed quite a bit. Fang Ping entered the rank 6 ranking list for the first time. Name: Fang Ping. Age: 20. Martial arts level: early 6th pin position, General, Magic City Martial Arts University Board Secretary General, Martial Arts Society President, Sun City Honorary Commander, MCMAU Sophomore Student Battle Record. Joined forces with Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong to kill a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse head-on. Killed a peak rank 6 martial artist alone. Rank: 18th title, Wild Blade General. With the release of this list, not only China, but all the powerhouses in the world also paid attention to it. An early-stage rank 6 young man had entered Sino Nation's rank 6 ranking list, ranking above most peak rank 6, second only to some powerhouses with mentality-vitality fusion and a few peak rank 6 powerhouses. Such a ranking was shocking. What was even more shocking was that he was only 20 years old. Was this something a 20-year-old could do? Not to mention, Zhang Xian had even killed a blood and essence fusion expert before. Actually, the Martial Arts Association, or the government, had concealed a lot of information. Fang Ping had said that he had ambushed and killed a rank 7 powerhouse. No one had seen this with their own eyes, but Nanyun and the others all believed it to be true. If they really wanted to calculate the results, Fang Ping could even get first place. However, Fang Ping himself did not have the strength of a grandmaster. It was not a good thing to raise his strength too much. Furthermore, there were too many things involved. Middle-ranked powerhouses were not too eye-catching. Killing a rank 7 powerhouse. One had to know that there were not many high-ranked powerhouses in the world. It was too easy for problems to arise. Nowadays, the ranking list of high-ranked powerhouses did not display their battle records. Everyone was shocked by Fang Ping's sudden improvement. They were shocked by the series of records Fang Ping had created at such a young age. Not many people noticed that Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang did not stay for long on the rank 5 ranking list. They also disappeared from the list quickly. Of course, everyone had seen Fang Ping's achievement. The 3 of them had joined forces to kill a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. However, those 2 did not enter the rank 6 ranking list this time, so not many people paid attention to them. As for the title of Frenzied Blade General, not many people cared about it. The others did not care, but Fang Ping cursed loudly. What kind of stupid title is that? People of the Martial Arts Association, just you wait. I'll crush you sooner or later. Fang Ping was extremely dissatisfied with this title. It was not domineering enough. He had already called to complain and even offered a series of titles, but the Martial Arts Association directly hung up on him. When he tried to call again, the line was busy. Fang Ping was tempted to kill his way to capital city. On the side, Qin Fengqing, who had just come out of seclusion, suddenly said coldly, "Why didn't I get on the rank 5 ranking list?" Another F** king bullying. He, Qin Fengqing, had killed countless people in the catacombs. Although he did not kill a rank 6, he had killed many rank 5 martial artists that day. He wasn't on the list again. What a bully! Qin Fengqing was furious. This differential treatment was simply unparalleled. The Martial Arts Association, right? Qin Fengqing would remember this grudge. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. This guy came out of seclusion for the meridian, sculpting flowers. According to what he said, he had previously gained 3 billion in the catacombs and wanted to exchange for 10 meridian, sculpting flowers. As for the catacombs gains, he would exchange them all for Fang Ping. As for what Fang Ping used them for, he could not be bothered. Fang Ping did not bring up this topic. He said indignantly, "I've already acknowledged Saber King and Frenzied Saber King. Why did you have to add the title of General? It's instantly lowering the level. Everyone else calls themselves kings. Aren't I a few levels lower than them?" Qin Fengqing snorted and continued the topic from before. 10 meridian, sculpting flowers. Fang Ping, give me 10. I'll be able to achieve upper stage rank 5 in the meridian, sculpting flowers. Fang Ping looked at him and suddenly felt a little displeased. He said, "You look better bald. You're dragging your long hair every day. It's so ugly. If you give it to me, I'll shave my head immediately." Qin Fengqing agreed without hesitation. According to the value, he could indeed exchange 3 billion for 10 meridian, sculpting flowers. However, this thing was priceless. He could not exchange it for himself. At this moment, if Fang Ping did not agree, he really had no place to get it. Fong Ping frowned slightly. After a while, he said, I can give it to you, but Qin Feng Qing, to be honest, you don't have to push yourself too hard. You're not in the right state. Sooner or later, you'll kill yourself. We're not people you can compare to. Even eating and drinking for us counts as cultivation. You, Qin Feng Qing gritted his teeth. I know. You don't have to provoke me. The next time we enter the catacombs, I won't be with you guys anymore. I, Qin Feng Qing, won't be anyone's burden. I'm going to search for my own destiny. I'm not dead. Sooner or later, I'll repay you and MCMA you. If I'm dead, then I'll have nothing. That's all. Do as you see fit. Fong Ping glanced at him and said exasperatedly, There aren't many people who lend money like you. This time it's not a loan. I'm exchanging. Nonsense. Go somewhere else and try exchanging. Qin Feng Qing withered instantly. He bent over and said sorrowfully, Fong Ping, exchange it for me. I still need to avenge my father. I also want to avenge the Vice-Chancellor. I don't have the ability to do it myself. I can't blow up the royal city. Sob, sob, sob. I'm useless. I'm useless. Fong Ping shuddered slightly. Mother asterisk cur. A grown man with a head full of long hair was crying and acting pitiful in front of him. How disgusting. In order to exchange for the meridian molding flower, this guy was shameless. It was not just a matter of shamelessness. It was a matter of using whatever tricks he had. Outside the door, Chun Yinchi was sneakily looking around. Some of the martial arts society students who passed by were shocked, as if Fong Ping had done something dirty. Fong Ping was going crazy. Enough! Fong Ping shouted coldly. He said angrily, Get lost. Go to the logistics department and exchange it yourself. If you do this again, next time. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng Qing, who was crying just now, ran away faster than a rabbit. As for the act of acting pitiful just now, it was impossible to see it now. This guy's mouth was almost crooked from laughing. Fong Ping snorted softly. Then, with a look of disdain, he said speechlessly, Idiot! It was not just Fong Ping who was scolding. Chun Yunqi had also entered the door at this moment. She asked curiously, What was President Qin doing just now? Didn't you set the price at the university, 30,000 credits for one flower for public exchange? He has credits. He can exchange it himself. Fong Ping shrugged and said speechlessly, How would I know? Although there are some thresholds, he can exchange it himself. Who knows what he's thinking? However, Fong Ping could roughly guess that this guy did not even go to the logistics department to check. He probably thought that Fong Ping had hidden it and rushed over when he heard the news. Fong Ping shook his head. This guy was extremely stupid. Now, the credit system had begun to change. According to the standards set by Fong Ping, one credit was equivalent to 10,000 yuan. 30,000 credits was 300 million yuan. This price was not low. The students could barely afford it, and they had no need for it. The instructors were also working hard to earn credits now. Some middle-stage, rank, 5 instructors were keeping an eye on them. Fong Ping sent the meridian molding flower and the fruit to the logistics department, allowing others to exchange. Of course, the credits were his. Now, there were already people exchanging. Qin Feng Qing had actually come looking for him and had even cried in embarrassment. Fong Ping was really helpless. This kind of idiot deserved to be embarrassed. Chun Yinchi did not care too much about Qin Feng Qing. In fact, Chun Yinchi quite admired Qin Feng Qing. Senior Qin was really amazing. He was willing to do anything to improve his martial arts, at least if it was her. Chun Yunqi felt that she could not do it. As a woman, she was too embarrassed to cry. Senior Qin actually cried in Fong Ping's office. It was too mushy. Not talking about this, Chun Yunqi smiled and said, Fong Ping, you have a title. Among the 100 people on the rank 6 ranking list, less than half have titles. You're too amazing. Don't mention it. Fong Ping was a little depressed. He did not even want to hear this title. Anyway, Fong Ping had made up his mind. When he was stronger, if the Martial Arts Association dared to use this title again, he would beat them up. Chun Yunchi saw that he did not want to talk about this, so she did not continue. However, she still said with a face full of admiration, "You're only early stage rank 6 and you're already in the rank 6 ranking list." Fong Ping, when I called my brother this morning to tell him about this, he was so shocked that he did not speak for a long time. Fong Ping was speechless again. Your brother was not shocked, he was angry. How could he not know about this? You just had to call him and hurt his feelings. Chun Haoran probably wanted to die. You even provoked him. It was a good thing that he did not come to settle the score with you. Fong Ping did not mention this. He asked, "Have Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong arrived?" "They've set off. They'll probably arrive in the afternoon." I'm fine here. You can go and cultivate by yourself. When they arrive, I'll also be cultivating in seclusion. During this time, everyone should work hard to improve their ranks. Right now, the catacombs everywhere are in a period of peace. After the Tiananmen War, Sino-Nation situation has improved a lot. However, this situation will not last for long. Fong Ping said for a while. Chun Yunchi nodded repeatedly. In the afternoon, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong arrived. This time Li Hansong came. Not only did he come, he also brought a big bag of luggage. When he saw Fong Ping, Li Hansong was slightly excited and a little embarrassed. After a while he said that, "Is MCMAU still recruiting instructors?" Fong Ping was stunned for a long time. These words, did he mean that he wanted to rely on MCMAU? "Aren't you afraid that Grandmaster Su Zhan will kill you?" "That the Vice-Chancellor asked me to come." Li Hansong said awkwardly. The Vice-Chancellor said that CCMAU is in a period of stability now. The capital city catacombs are the same. It's not suitable for me to continue staying here. When I become a Grandmaster, cough cough. Anyway, I'm prepared to come to MCMAU to apply for a job. Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Beside him, Wang Jinyang shot him a look and shook his head lightly. Li Hansong actually wanted to come to MCMAU. This guy, after being tricked by Fong Ping a few times and being abducted a few times, had actually been abducted. The Grandmasters of CCMAU were probably also helpless. There was really no other way. After fooling around with Fong Ping a few times, Li Hansong was no longer that obedient and good kid. As for CCMAU, currently there was really no way that they could provide more help to Li Hansong. At Li Hansong's level, he still mainly relied on himself. It was still all right for CCMAU to cultivate step by step, but there was not much hope for him to advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps there would only be a turning point if he went to MCMAU. Fong Ping glanced at Iron Head. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's not impossible if you want to be an instructor in MCMAU. But let me say this first. You're not going to the catacombs. You have to fulfill your responsibility as an instructor and guide students." This year, MCMAU has expanded its enrollment. In the future, there won't be enough instructors. Now, there's a lot of demand for instructors. Don't be like that bastard Qin Fengqing. He's just a fighter. If I let him guide students, I'm afraid he'll torment them to death. Li Hansong hurriedly said, "That's not a problem. Actually, in CCMAU, I used to guide some juniors too. Ling Yi, Han Su, and the others were all taught by me. I used to have plenty of time, but recently I've been a little busy." In the past, he was actually not that busy. Although Ling Yi, Han Su, and the others also had instructors, most of the time it was still Li Hansong, their senior, who was guiding them. When Fong Ping heard this, he was a little surprised. He said happily, "That's good. Later, send a resume to the school committee. As for the recruitment, we'll do it after you've graduated." Iron Head was quite reliable, unlike that fellow Qin Fengqing. Fong Ping had no intention of letting him guide students at all. Although Fong Ping and the others cultivated too, to be honest, they did not cultivate crazily. At least they could spare some time to relax. As for Qin Fengqing's 2 points and 1 line, the catacombs cultivation room. After he went down the catacombs, he went to the cultivation room. After he was done cultivating, he continued to go down the catacombs. It was slightly better in the past. Now, it was almost impossible to see him in the school. Many of the freshmen had forgotten the big trouble, Qin Fengqing. Perhaps only freshmen like Tang Wen still knew that there was a veteran troublemaker in MCMAU. After saying all these, Fang Ping said as he walked, "This time the main reason why I called both of you here is to try and quickly seal the Sanjiao Gate. You know that I can change my aura and carry out disguises. Of course, a certain price has to be paid. As for whether it works or not, we'll only know after we try. I've tried it before. If I disguise my vitality, I can come into contact with Old Wang's Sanjiao Gate. The 3 of our vitalities are very strong. With the combined power of the 3 of us, the strength of our vitality is definitely comparable to a peak rank 6 martial artist with 10,000 cal or even stronger." Before he could finish, Li Hansong thought for a while and said, "Is this considered as dual cultivation?" "No, triple cultivation." Fang Ping's expression darkened. "Cultivation, my ass." Could he not say such suggestive words? These fellows were not quite right now. Qin Fengqing had long hair and was crying in his office. It had already made people speechless. Now, Iron Head said dual cultivation. It was very easy to make people think, okay? Fang Ping did not answer. He continued, "I'll make it clear first. Help me seal the gate first. After I've sealed the vitality gate, I'll try to help you guys seal the gate. After all, I've sealed 1 gate. My vitality will be stronger. Also, my mentality is about to materialize. Once it does, it'll be even easier. After the vitality gate is sealed, a mysterious force will return to me. I'm ready to take the opportunity to materialize my mentality. Once it's done, my strength will definitely be stronger than a powerhouse who has achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Also, after materializing, I might be able to use a divine weapon. If it's possible, I still have a rank 8 divine weapon Changdao. I'll use it first. This way, my combat strength will increase by a lot. When the time comes, I might be able to fight against a grandmaster. What do you guys say?" Li Hansong nodded. "I'm fine with it." Wang Jinyang said calmly, "Sure." Fang Ping smiled immediately. "That's easy. Let's hurry. Come, let's go to the energy room." "Don't worry. MCMAU's energy room has opened up its supply this time. It can help you guys recover quickly. All your expenses in MCMAU are on me." Li Hansong grinned. Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh too. "Then we'll be eating from the rich." Fang Ping was really rich. The energy room had opened up its supply. What did that mean? It was an extreme consumption of energy stones. Fang Ping might not be interested in energy stones now, but to anyone, they were precious cultivation resources. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong had gained a lot before, but they could not bear to use energy stones to cultivate. They could not afford it either. MCMAU's energy room. Now, the instructor guarding here was no longer Song Yingji. Old Song had been stimulated to the point of insanity. Now he was the same as Qin Fengqing. After cultivating, he went down to the catacombs. After coming out of the catacombs, he cultivated. These few days, he went to the Magic City catacombs again. The instructor who stayed here now was a rank 5 instructor. When he saw Fang Ping and the others, he was extremely polite, even with a hint of admiration. Today, Fang Ping was the 2nd strongest middle-ranked martial artist in MCMAU. The first was Luo Yichuan. After he achieved mentality-vitality fusion, he was ranked 13th on the ranking this time. He did not make it into the top 10. Although Fang Ping's ranking was a few places lower than his, how old was Fang Ping and how old was Luo Yichuan? Moreover, if the 2 of them fought, it was hard to say who would win. Luo Yichuan did not have as many tricks as Fang Ping. Even if Fong Ping was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he would not die. If Luo Yichuan died, he would really die. Even the instructors had to show some respect to a dean-level student, not to mention the countless changes Fong Ping had brought to MCMAU. Today, MCMAU was the #1 martial arts university. This was under the condition that the Grandmaster ranking had not changed. Once the Grandmaster ranking changed, MCMAU's strength might be comparable to the Southern Guardian House. Among the 4 Guardian Houses, the Southern Guardian House was the weakest. Seeing this scene, the few of them entered the cultivation room. Li Hansong said softly, "Fong Ping, you can go to another martial arts university and be the vice-chancellor like NMAU." The current vice-chancellor of NMAU was not ranked higher than Fong Ping in the rank 6 ranking. When he said that, Wang Jinyang was speechless. He glared at him and said in a low voice, "You talk too much. Li Hansong, weren't you very aloof in the past? Why are you acting like an idiot now?" Li Hansong sighed and said, "Don't mention it. I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth in the past. Now, I've experienced the vicissitudes of life. Besides, we're brothers. There's no need to pretend." "Brothers," Wang Jinyang said in a barely audible voice. "This life is more or less the same. In the previous life, we might have been enemies." Old Wang shook his head. Who could say for sure about these things? Besides, Fong Ping was an impostor. Who knew if he had a previous life or not? Fong Ping did not want to waste time. He adjusted himself slightly and said in a low voice, "All right, let's begin." In the next moment, 3 doors appeared above Fong Ping's head. Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang's aura changed instantly, becoming an aura of the same origin as Fong Ping's. The change of aura consumed more than the energy barrier. If 1 person was added, it would cost 1 million per minute. If 2 people were added, it would cost 10 million per minute. 600 million in an hour. Fong Ping's wealth was high now. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from the pain. More than 600 billion in wealth was actually only used for 1,000 hours. However, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong's vitality was limited. If they gave it their all, they could only last 2 to 3 hours a day. Fong Ping was still willing to spend money in exchange for time. If he spent 2 billion in a day, including his own consumption, he would only have 3 billion at most. If the effect was good, he might be able to seal 1 door in 10 days to half a month. The stronger he was, the more wealth he could earn. Fong Ping understood this very well. The moment his vitality changed, Li Hansong's golden body shone. Wang Jinyang's vitality was like a tidal wave. Fong Ping bluntly unleashed celestiality. The 3 of them poured their energy into the vitality door at the same time. At this moment, the door between reality and illusion began to tremble. Fong Ping was overjoyed. He said in ecstasy, "It works. The speed is at least 10 times faster. In a month at most, I can seal the Sanjiao Gate. Both of you keep it up. It's coming." At this moment, Li Hansong's entire body was covered in golden light. Wang Jinyang's body was also permeated with bone marrow force. The faster Fong Ping sealed the Sanjiao Gate, the faster everyone could improve. With the 3 of them working together, they could push the door together. This made Wang Jinyang and Wang Jinyang extremely happy. At this moment, even Wang Jinyang was suspicious. Did Fong Ping really intercept their life origin in his past life? Otherwise, after disguising his aura, he could actually touch the other party's Sanjiao Gate. This was an unheard of miracle. At this moment, old Wang was at a loss. Chapter 532. If Fong Ping and the others did not come out of closed-door cultivation, then there would be world peace. The Grandmasters kept a low profile. The older generation martial artists were also very low-key. The few young people who had appeared stopped stirring up trouble. It was really quiet to the extreme. For a moment, even the Grandmasters felt that it was a little too quiet. In the past 2 years, these little guys had made a lot of noise, and every time they did, they would set off a storm in the martial arts world. Now that all of them had disappeared, the Grandmasters started to feel bored. Meanwhile, the Year 10 martial science examination had officially begun. This year was the year with the highest number of applicants. Across the country, the number of applicants for the martial science examination was as high as 27 million. In the 10th year of the reform, all the liberal arts students in school could apply for the martial sciences. Even Year 1 and Year 2 students who met the requirements could apply. Initially, there were more than 30 million students, but in the end, some people were filtered out during the political background check. Although all conditions were relaxed this year, the students' political background checks were stricter. When the martial sciences examination began, the 27 million-strong army of martial sciences examinees filled every corner of the nation. MCMAU-affiliated high school was also one of the examination sites. MCMAU-affiliated high. In the vitality assessment room, the examiner looked at the round-faced girl in front of him and said with a smile, "Fong Yuan, is General Frenzied Blade not here this time?" Fong Yuan was taken aback for a moment. She immediately smiled and said, "Master, do you know me? I'm an instructor from ESNNU. I've been to MCMAU's Grand Master Banquet before. Of course I know him." Feng Yuan's little round face turned even rounder from the smile. She quickly said, "Teacher, my brother didn't come, but he said that I'll definitely pass the martial sciences exam. It doesn't matter whether I come or not." As she spoke, Feng Yuan beamed with joy. "Instructor, ESNNU is also one of the top 10 elite schools. If I fail to enroll in MCMAU, can I go to ESNNU?" The invigilator smiled and said, "You're already an official martial artist. How could you fail?" Fong Yuan giggled. "I'm just worried. There are too many people taking the exam this year. Teacher, do you think I can go to ESNNU?" "Of course." The invigilator did not even think about it. What a joke. This was an official martial artist. And a twice-honed official martial artist at that. Even if there were tens of millions of people taking the exam this year, there would not be many who were stronger than Fong Yuan. Besides, this brat's brother was the pillar of MCMAU. Nowadays, who did not know that MCMAU's Fong Ping was a man of his word in MCMAU? In terms of strength, Fong Ping was no match for a Grandmaster powerhouse. On the other hand, the Grandmasters of MCMAU had almost become family with Fong Ping after 2 years of hanging around. It was a legend in martial arts universities for a student to reach this stage. His sister had applied for martial sciences, and she was even an official martial artist. How could she not get into MCMAU? S knew. Fong Ping might not even be interested in it. It was a fluke that ESNNU was able to enter the top 10. Their strength was not strong. They only had 2 Grandmaster powerhouses, and both of them were rank 7. Compared to MCMAU, there was a huge gap. She did not go to MCMAU and came to China as a teacher. This little girl was quite interesting. The invigilator said it casually, but Fong Yuan looked at his nameplate seriously. After looking at it for a while, she giggled and said, "Instructor, if I don't get into MCMAU, I'll apply for ESNNU and fill in ESNNU as my second choice. If ESNNU doesn't make it, I'll look for you, okay?" Upon hearing those words, the instructor was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Was he really going to apply for ESNNU? Also, it was impossible for ESNNU to fail. Why would she look for him? The invigilator was a little confused, but he did not think too much about it. He nodded and said, "Any time is fine. Student Fong Yuan, it's your turn. Go in and get tested." Fong Yuan grinned from ear to ear. Without delay, she entered the vitality chamber immediately. After she entered, the invigilator found out the girl's specific vitality after a while. It was 232 calories. Her strength was not weak at all. This girl had honed quite a number of bones. Her vitality was slightly stronger than what he could sense. She has honed more than 15 bones. When she enters school, she might be able to enter middle stage rank 1. Fang Ping is really willing to invest a lot in his sister. The invigilator smiled and shook his head. With this strength, even in MCMAU, she was definitely one of the top people. There were many applicants this year, and with the energy recovery, there were many strong students. However, the energy recovery had not been long, and geniuses were not everywhere. Was he worried that MCMAU would not accept him? While Fang Yuan was secretly participating in the martial sciences examination, MCMAU also welcomed a group of acquaintances. On the MCMAU campus, Jiang Chao was eating an energy fruit as he lamented. MCMAU's cultivation atmosphere seems to be much more enthusiastic than ours. Look, there are close to 10,000 people in the school, but there are not many living people. Zheng Nanqi did not reply. Instead, he said in a serious tone, "These people in martial arts universities cultivate really crazily." This time, they came to MCMAU in seclusion. Also, Fang Ping and the others have entered rank 6, which is also unexpected. It was too fast. The last time they came here was not long ago. They came to MCMAU in the middle of March. Now it was the middle of May. It had only been 2 months. In 2 months, everyone's strength did not improve much. However, the few rank 5 martial artists from last time were all rank 6 now. Qin Fengqing was not included. Not only that, Fang Ping had killed a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. This was also shocking. What was more shocking was not this, but the previous trip to Tiannan's catacombs. Fang Ping and the others' performance in the catacombs was known to Star City. After all, it concerned Star City. This guy, Jiang Chao, revealed to the public that Star City was going to the bounded zone. After that, this guy even claimed credit, saying that he told Qin Fengqing. Otherwise, if Fang Ping and the others did not go to the bounded zone, they would not have been able to save the 2 rank 8 grandmasters. Originally, this guy took credit for it. In the end, when he said it, the Jiang family's rank 9 almost struck him to death. This bastard really dared to say anything to the public. The matter of the bounded zone involved the Paragon ancestor. Before this, other than communicating with the government, Star City did not tell anyone. Even the grandmasters who participated in the battle were not very clear about it. However, they did not expect Star City to have a stupid spy. If it were not for Li Mo, who had yet to recover from his serious injuries, coming out to plead for him, the Jiang family's rank 9 would have killed this guy. It was also because of Li Mo's help that Star City later discussed for a while and agreed to let Fang Ping and the others compete for the youth tournament places. Li Mo, who was still seriously injured, recounted what happened that day. However, he still did not mention the matter of Fang Ping pretending to be the ancestor of the bounded zone. That day, Li Mo had some suspicions that it was Fang Ping. Later, Fang Ping brought them out. If Li Mo still did not know it was Fang Ping, he would be really stupid. However, Fang Ping's disguise did not change anything. The restricted zone and Star City both wanted to enter the bounded zone's inner periphery. They were already mortal enemies. In Li Mo's opinion, a battle to the death in the later stages was also inevitable. He could only say that Fang Ping took advantage of Star City and the restricted zone. However, Fang Ping saved his life, and so did the other rank 8. The 2 rank 8 powerhouses recovered slightly and did not mention this matter. Actually, it did not matter if this matter was said out loud. The only effect was that it proved that everyone was stupid. They all believed this and almost treated him as the ancestor. However, before Jiang Chao and the others came, Li Mo still reminded them to take it easy and not be stupid again. MCMAU's Fang Ping was not a kind person. He had a way of tricking people. If they were tricked again this time, these fellows could forget about going back to Star City. They really could not afford to lose face. While Zheng Nanqi was lamenting about this, Jiang Chao, on the other hand, did not think much of it. He said happily, "Honestly, I'm very happy that these fellows are going to participate in the youth competition. They're all crazy people. I really want to see how they torture people." Fang Ping and the others can kill powerhouses who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Then it's not a big problem to kill those big noses. Anyway, I don't want to participate in the competition. I'll just be a bystander, Li Fei said coldly. Jiang Chao, this time Sino Nation must fight for at least 10 quotas, maybe even more. Also, they have just entered rank 6. Don't rely on others. If Star City embarrasses themselves and can't get a few quotas, you're dead meat. Jiang Chao said gloomily. What does this have to do with me? You guys are the main force. If you can't get a few quotas, that's also your responsibility. You. All right, stop arguing. Su Zissou interrupted the quarrel and changed the topic. When are Fang Ping and the others coming out of seclusion? Beside them, Huang Jing was talking to a grandmaster from Star City. When he heard the question, he turned around and smiled. Should be soon. There's still some time before the youth competition. If you guys are in a hurry, I can arrange for some instructors to spar with you. When he heard about sparring, Jiang Chao immediately shook his head. No sparring. Among the crowd, someone said in a low voice, but no divine weapon will lose. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Jing was slightly embarrassed. He did not say that they would bet on the competition. It seemed that these kids from Star City were still in a state of shock. Huang Jing was embarrassed, and the Grandmaster from Star City was speechless. These fellows, could they not embarrass Star City? From what he said, they were afraid to fight. It was fine if they did not have enough experience, but being afraid to fight was not a good thing. Although Star City did not let these descendants enter the catacombs early to fight, they should at least not be afraid to fight. When the results of the last competition were out, Star City knew about it, including the process. The most embarrassing one was Jiang Chao. If it were not for the fact that he had good talent and that he had smoothly sealed the second gate and entered upper stage rank 6, Star City would not have let him participate in the youth competition. The Grandmaster who led the team felt like a flower stuck in cow dung. Jiang Chao's talent was really not bad. He had entered rank 6 not long ago, but he had already sealed 2 Sanjiao gates. He was not much worse than his freak older brother. The 2 brothers of this generation of the Jiang family were extremely talented. However, compared to his older brother, Jiang Chao's talent might be about the same, but their temperaments were too different. When his older brother was rank 6, he was also someone who feared nothing. Why was it that when it came to Jiang Chao, he became a glutton and lazy? Fang Ping did not know about the arrival of the people from Star City. He did not know about Fang Yuan participating in the martial sciences examination either. Now it had been a full 10 days since Fang Ping and the others entered the energy room. In these 10 days, they did not eat or drink, cultivating continuously. When their vitality was depleted, they recovered extremely quickly with the replenishment of energy stones. Previously, Fang Ping planned to cultivate for 2 to 3 hours a day. Now he cultivated for 2 hours, used 2 hours to recover, and then continued cultivating. Normal martial artists would have been exhausted a long time ago. No matter how fast their recovery was, their energy was limited. However, Fang Ping realized that he had underestimated Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. These two were really ruthless. Fang Ping was still fine. His recovery speed was very fast, and his mentality was also strong. He could cultivate continuously. The 2 of them were slightly worse than him, but when they really could not take it anymore, they actually created themselves, relying on the imperishable substance to recover. This time, their speed was also extremely fast. Moreover, they could also rely on the imperishable substance to cultivate, so it was not considered a waste. In this way, the 3 of them sealed the gate for close to 10 hours every day. 10 hours. The daily consumption of wealth was more than Fang Ping expected. Just the aura conversion alone was 6 billion, and he had to continuously recover his vitality and mentality, as well as condense celestiality. Every day, the daily consumption of wealth was close to 8 billion. After 10 days, Fang Ping had used up almost 80 billion wealth, much more than he had expected. Even so, the results were also obvious. In 10 days, the cultivation time exceeded 100 hours, which was equivalent to a normal rank 6 martial artist cultivating for 2 months. Moreover, with the 3 of them working together, it was equivalent to someone else cultivating for half a year. With the 3 of them working together, the effect was even better, at least equivalent to a normal early-stage rank 6 martial artist cultivating for 2 to 3 years. With such a high-speed accumulation, Fang Ping realized that he was closing the first gate very soon. Really very soon. The location of his Sanjiao gate, the Vitality Gate, was originally a black hole, a black gate with no end in sight. At this moment, where the Vitality Gate was, where the black hole was, there were 2 ancient bronze gates that were about to close. It was just a little bit away from completely closing. Seeing this, Li Hansong was a little excited too. So fast! 10 days, Fang Ping, it's only 10 days, and you're actually closing the first gate. He was excited, but Fang Ping's heart was twitching in pain. 80 billion wealth. These days, the energy stones were still being supplied continuously, which was also an incomparably huge consumption. Billions of energy stones had been burned by him. This was probably the most serious wastage he had ever wasted since he started cultivating. Even when he was seriously injured and repaired his flesh last time, it did not consume so much. Previously, he kept saying that Qin Fengqing was wasting resources. Now, Fang Ping was too embarrassed to scold him, so Iron Head did not know that he had burned 80 billion. Wealth was also money. Otherwise, Iron Head would break down. Old Wang could probably kill Fang Ping and rob him directly. More than 80 billion in exchange for 10 days of closing a gate. Was it worth it? If this was asked to anyone, they would probably say it was not worth it. Rank 6 was not a decisive combat strength. If it was a rank 9, it could go one step further. Everyone would say it was worth it with such a huge consumption. However, a mere rank 6 would burn money like this. The people in Star Spectre City would not do it. This was almost comparable to the value of a rank 9 divine weapon. In exchange, Fang Ping could only advance from early stage rank 6 to middle stage quickly. Fang Ping was also very helpless. Actually, his wealth was not mainly spent on his consumption, but on aura simulation. It was too expensive, so expensive that Fang Ping was helpless. More than 80 billion, 60 billion was spent on aura simulation. In reality, Fang Ping only used 20 billion on himself. 20 billion to let him advance to middle stage rank 6. Fang Ping felt that it was still not a loss. But now, the key point was that he had also promised to help Old Wang and Iron Head. Fang Ping wanted to renege on his debt now. How about I renege on my debt and be done with it? After advancing to middle stage rank 6, I won't do it anymore. Otherwise, if I help these 2 fellows seal the gate, it would actually cost 160 billion. That was too much. Fang Ping really wanted to renege on his debt. The way he looked at the 2 of them was not quite right. Iron Head did not feel anything, but Wang Jinyang seemed to have noticed something. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is the consumption very serious?" Fang Ping kept saying that changing his aura consumed a lot of energy. However, they could not tell what exactly it consumed. At least for the past 10 days, they could not tell what Fang Ping had sacrificed. However, even an idiot would know that this kind of heaven-defying ability that the 3 of them could seal the gate together would probably come at a shocking price. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "It's very serious. Actually, I'm using up some of my foundation, the foundation that I left behind in my past life. And these are all prepared for me to recover my past life strength. Now that the consumption is serious, once it's used up, I might not be able to recover my past life's combat strength." Old Wang rolled his eyes. "Mother asterisk her again." Li Hansong asked with concern, "That's so serious. Is it because of the foundation inside the life gate?" "Something like that." Li Hansong frowned slightly. "Why don't we just forget about it?" Fang Ping gave Iron Head a deep look. "What a good man. Iron Head, you're such an honest man. I, Fang Ping, have made friends. but you're too considerate of your friends. But after you said that, if I agree to it just like that, wouldn't it seem a little wretched? Thinking of the 160 billion wealth consumption again, Fang Ping felt that maybe he could be a little more wretched. Should he not trick these two fellows to help him seal the second gate, and then repay them when his strength became stronger? One day, if these two fellows know all the inside stories, I wonder if they will beat me to death. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. The possibility was not small. He was not in a hurry to talk about this. Fang Ping took a look at his own data. Wealth 539. 5 billion, convert. Vitality 6,805 calories, 7,999 calories. Mentality 900 hertz, 949 hertz. Honed 177 bones, 100. 29 bones, 90. Storage space 100 cubic meters plus. Energy shield 10,000 wealth per minute plus. Aura simulation 100,000 wealth per minute. Plus 2. 1,000 million wealth per minute. Vitality has reached 7,999 calories and hasn't moved. Looks like I need to seal the vitality gate to continue growing. It's the same with my mentality. It's been stuck at 949 hertz for the past few days. Fang Ping took a look at the vitality gate that only had a slit left and suddenly stopped aura simulation. Old Wang and Iron Head were stunned. Wang Jinyang frowned. Why did you stop? It's going to be sealed soon. If the consumption is too high, it's okay. We've gained a lot these few days. At least our semi-golden bodies have become stronger. Fang Ping shook his head. No need. I want to wait a little longer. I'll consume the dark moon grass to increase my mentality first. When I reach my limit, I want to complete mentality materialization when the vitality gate is sealed. Fang Ping's eyes shone brightly. I've waited for this day for too long. I want to complete it myself. You two cultivate on your own for the next 2 days. Seal one gate and materialize your mentality. I, Fang Ping, will be the strongest rank 6. Your mentality is about to materialize. Both of them were surprised. Fang Ping had mentioned it before, but they did not take it seriously. Now, was it really going to materialize? I don't know, but I have a feeling that relying on treasures won't work. Only the moment the vitality gate is sealed, the mysterious energy will feed back into my body. There's hope for me to cross this hurdle. At this moment, Fang Ping was very excited. He stood up suddenly and was about to walk out. Wang Jinyang was surprised. You're not cultivating here? No, I want to go to the rooftop of the school archives to cultivate. Being in close contact with this place might help me realize the true meaning of martial arts faster. The rooftop of the school archives, both of them were dumbfounded. The highest place in MCMAU. Did this have anything to do with martial arts cultivation? Could cultivating at a high place allow one's mentality to break through the barrier? Both of them really could not understand. Wang Jinyang frowned and said nothing. Li Hansong, on the other hand, mumbled, Is it better to cultivate at a high place? Should we give it a try as well? Fang Ping smiled. Up to you. After saying that, Fang Ping walked out of the energy room. Outside the energy room, once Fang Ping came out, he went straight to the school archives and used flight step to get to the rooftop. Not just that, Fang Ping sat cross-legged on the rooftop, floating in the air and starting his own cultivation path. From afar, Huang Jing and the others saw him coming out of closed-door cultivation. However, this guy went straight to the rooftop of the school archives the moment he came out of closed-door cultivation. He was still floating in the air, as if he was still in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, the Grandmaster from Polaris City was a little confused. What kind of cultivation path was this? Huang Jing did not understand at first, but soon the corner of his mouth twitched and his face stiffened. What a familiar routine. It seemed like no, it was the last time someone cultivated at sea for many days, and when he was about to break through, he suddenly returned to MCMAU causing a huge commotion. This time, could it be? Huang Jing looked at Fang Ping from afar, his expression changing constantly. Beside him, Zheng Nanqi and the others said seriously, "Could it be that cultivating this way has better effects?" Absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon? Jiang Chao suddenly had a strange idea. Su Zissou, on the other hand, said with a face full of admiration, "As expected, an eccentric person has an eccentric cultivation method. How about we try it next time?" Huang Jing did not say a word. F*CK, he was too ashamed to say it out loud. If he told these guys that this guy just wanted to let everyone know, see, and notice him when he broke through, would they all break down? Huang Jing resisted the urge to go up and hack Fang Ping to death, suppressing his desire to tell everyone the truth. Still, he was extremely shocked. March 30th, Fang Ping broke through to rank 6. Today, May 19th. It had been exactly 50 days since the last breakthrough. Could it be that Fang Ping's appearance this time was to seal the Vitality Gate? 50 days, Huang Jing muttered, his voice so low that it could not be heard. Was there really such a freak in this world? The higher the rank, the faster the breakthrough. How could there be such a logic? In the past, everyone had predicted that because of Fang Ping's powerful ability, it would be extremely difficult for him to seal the Sanjiao Gate at rank 6. Everyone had prepared themselves that Fang Ping would not be able to achieve rank 7 within 2 to 3 years. Now, however, in 50 days, Fang Ping actually wanted to seal one of his gates. Did that not mean that in another month he could seal the Sanjiao Gate and achieve peak rank 6? Did he still need to go through the process of mentality-vitality fusion when he was at peak rank 6? That meant rank 7, a rank 7 with golden bones. And he, Huang Jing, was also a rank 7. Huang Jing suddenly felt a little irritated. What the hell was this kid doing? Was he going to catch up to his rank? What a joke! Previously, Tang Feng, Lu Fengru, Song Yingji, and the others were chased by Fang Ping until they wanted to die. That was because the pressure was so great that they had no choice but to break through. Huang Jing took it as watching the show. He even wanted to get a small stool and enjoy the show. Now, however, Huang Jing suddenly had the urge to chop someone up. He instantly understood how Tang Feng and the others felt. It was close at hand, imminent. I'm rank 7. He's an aspiring martial artist. I'm rank 7. He's rank 7? The more Huang Jing thought about it, the crazier he became. He was happy to see MCMAU producing talents. However, a freak had appeared who had caught up to his rank 7 in 2 years. He would never admit it, even if he was beaten to death. This only proved how useless he was. Huang Jing was not the only one who was going crazy. The moment Fang Ping appeared on the rooftop of the school archives, Tang Feng was going crazy. Lu Fengru was going crazy too. If this kid really entered rank 7 this year, they really wanted to jump off the building. Even if they did not die, they could smash themselves into a hole and not come out. The sorrow of the 3 rank 7 powerhouses was truly like a river flowing against the current. Song Yingji, who had just come out of the catacombs and had just returned to MCMAU. Seeing this scene, Song Yingji seemed to think of something. At this moment, Song Yingji broke down. His face was pale as he said, "I admit defeat, okay?" Huang Jing and the others could be caught up. If Fang Ping broke through this time, he would be caught up immediately. Both of them were of the same rank. Song Yingji wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could not take this blow. Forget it, he admitted defeat. Was it not just being surpassed? Fang Ping had surpassed too many people. From afar, he saw Tang Feng's murderous gaze. Song Yingji was suddenly overjoyed. Mother **her, what am I afraid of? I'm not famous. These guys should be the ones breaking down. Song Yingji recovered in an instant. I'm just an unknown rank, 6 instructor. So what if I'm surpassed? These grandmasters, just you wait. Thinking of this, Song Yingji relaxed, happy and joyful. Right, Today is my daughter's martial sciences exam. I'll go and see my daughter. I don't care what rank Fangping is. I don't care anymore. Come and beat me up if you can. I'm promoting a book called I Might Be a Fake Immortal. Big Boss selling copyrights. Adapted into movies and television. Brothers, you can read it. Chapter 533. Macmao. More and more people noticed Fangping. At this moment, Fangping was like a Buddha. His golden bones shone brightly, and there were 3 ancient doors above his head. It was as if he was walking out of the doors, like a demon from ancient times. At this moment, Fangping's vitality was soaring. Other than the 3 doors above him, there was also a vitality light pillar. Old Manly, who was about to go into closed-door cultivation, walked out of his courtyard. Not long after, a few MCMAU grandmasters gathered together. Other than Wu Quishan, who was still in closed-door cultivation, everyone was alarmed. Looking at Fangping, who was suspended in the air, Lu Fenger's expression did not look right. She frowned and said, "His vitality door is about to close. Why isn't he moving?" Tang Feng was also at a loss. Huang Jing was speechless. Give him more time to show off and let people notice him. At this moment, he had already sent the people from Star City away, but they did not leave. Luo Yichuan was strolling around the campus with them. In reality, the people from Star City were not in the mood to stroll around either. They were all staring at Fangping. They did not speak for a while. Old Manly muttered, "This kid usually won't drag it out for too long, even if he wants to show off." This time he dragged it out for a longer time. At this point, Old Man Lee's eyes were sharp. He seemed to have seen something. His eyebrows twitched. "This kid is eating dark moon grass." When the others heard him, they noticed it too. Tang Feng was shocked. Could it be? Yes. His mentality has always been strong, even stronger than Tang Feng before. The grandmasters spoke one after another. Soon they realized something. Lu Fenger frowned. He wants to materialize mentality. It's unheard of for rank 6 mentality to materialize. Can it really be done? Old Manly said uncertainly, "I'm not sure. Under normal circumstances, before achieving mentality-vitality fusion, vitality can't nurture mentality. I've never heard of anyone materializing mentality before mentality-vitality fusion. When mentality-vitality fusion is achieved, mentality will be rank 7. Under normal circumstances, mentality materialization actually meant rank 7. This was because martial artists would first reach peak vitality and peak rank 6 before mentality would be nurtured and materialized. Without a cultivation method that specialized in mentality, they had never seen a martial artist who could materialize mentality before achieving mentality-vitality fusion. Thinking of this, Li Changxing suddenly said, "That Yao Changjun from the top military academy hasn't materialized his spiritual power yet, right?" "No, if it really materialized, there will definitely be news about such a big event," Huang Jing added. "If Yao Chingjuan's mentality materialized, it would not be a small matter. It would cause quite a stir. He had been staying at MCMAU all this time, so it was impossible that he did not know about it. Yao Changjun did not materialize, so there was no precedence." For a moment, everyone did not know what to say. Tang Feng scratched his head and said, "What will materialize if his spiritual energy materializes?" "Anyway, it's not Big Lion," Old Man Li teased. Tang Feng said nonchalantly, "I think lions are pretty good-looking, and they're very powerful too." The materialization of spiritual power could be used in battle. When the Catacomb City Masters fought, they would often release their materialized objects. If human martial artists did not have divine weapons, they would also release their materialized objects to fight. A battle between rank 7 martial artists was actually more dangerous than a rank 8. At every turn, materialized objects would fight and kill each other. Once the materialized object was destroyed and obliterated, mentality would be extinguished. At rank 8, on the contrary, They did not use their materialized objects to fight. These rank 8 powerhouses, when fighting against same-rank martial artists, would be clashing with their golden bodies. When fighting against rank 7, if a rank 7 dared to release a materialized object, it would be directly tearing the other party's mentality apart. Materialized objects could also be integrated with vitality force, turning into materialized objects condensed from celestiality. Their combat power would be even stronger. The more complicated the materialized object, the more powerful it would be. If there was a divine weapon, under normal circumstances, martial artists would integrate the materialized object with the divine weapon. This way, the divine weapon could erupt with powerful power. In the hands of a rank 6, a divine weapon was not strong, but in the hands of a rank 7, it was the strongest external object to enhance combat power. A rank 7 divine weapon was integrated with the heart and brain cores of rank 7 monsters and monster plants. When martial artists integrated their own materialized objects, they were actually activating the divine weapon. It was as if the divine weapon had come to life, recreating the combat power of the monster plants and monsters when they were alive. In this way, martial artists with divine weapons were actually equivalent to 2 people fighting together. Naturally, their strength would be much stronger. A rank 9 powerhouse equipped with a rank 9 divine weapon was equivalent to giving himself half a rank 9 war pet. How could it not be strong? As for a rank 7 divine weapon, to a rank 9 powerhouse it was better than nothing. It could only slightly increase their combat power. Fang Ping had always felt that Wu Chuan had embarrassed the Guardian and the rank 9 powerhouse. Wu Chuan did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. Otherwise, if he had a rank 9 divine weapon, even if Old Man Li and Wu Quishan joined forces, they might not be his match. As the few of them were talking, Huang Jing crossed his arms in front of his chest, raising his eyebrows slightly. If this kid really wants to materialize mentality, what do you think his obsession is? To be honest, I can't really see through this kid. Don't be fooled by his cheeky face. Do any of you know what he really cares about? Materialized objects were also the embodiment of a kind of obsession. Lu Fengger's obsession was to kill the Skygate City Lord. Tang Feng's obsession, it was hard to explain. Perhaps he had been called Big Lion too many times, so he developed the idea that he was really a mad lion. When Old Man Li materialized, he materialized a sword. His obsession in this life was martial arts. It was the same for Huang Jing. Under normal circumstances, martial artists yearned for greater strength, especially at their level, who had not fought in the catacombs for many years. Humans were weak, Sino Nation was weak. Martial artists all yearned to increase their strength. That was why among grandmasters, materialized weapons were the most common. Weapons were meant to kill. As soon as Huang Jing said that, everyone fell silent. Tang Feng hesitated. Money? This kid used to love money. Old Man Li, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. He wants money, but it doesn't mean that he needs money himself. What he needs is what money can bring him, such as the improvement of his abilities and the exchange of resources. Earning money was just a process to become stronger. Martial artists loved money, but they also did not care about money. Money only brought them an increase in strength. Then there's no way to guess." Everyone could not figure out what Fang Ping was thinking. The young Fang Ping did things in a hurry. He looked stupid and crude, but Fang Ping had his own ideas. If he was really stupid, he would not have made it to where he was now. If he was really simple, a naive martial artist would have died somewhere long ago. The more he thought, the more complicated his thoughts became. It was hard to say what Fang Ping would materialize. MCMAU's grandmasters guessed that Fang Ping was going to materialize mentality. The students had not thought of this yet. In their eyes, mentality materialization was something that only grandmasters could do. Although they did not think of this, everyone saw the 3 huge doors. One of them was about to close. The president is going to defy the heavens. He just broke through rank 6 last time, and now he's going to enter middle stage rank 6. The president is not satisfied with the rank 6 ranking list. He's ranked 18th. Our president has always been first since rank 3. I think the president is ready to rush to first place quickly and complete his 4th consecutive championship. Since rank 3, Fong Ping had been first on the ranking list. He reached it at the fastest speed every time. Now he was not even in the top 10 of the rank 6 ranking list. The MCMAU students felt indignant for Fong Ping. Even if the martial artists who were ranked ahead of him were all old men and women, the students still believed that Fong Ping should be the first. Someone laughed softly and said, "The president has broken through. Let's remember to congratulate him. It's another big income." As soon as this was said, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Very soon, the whole school understood. The opportunity to take advantage of the rich was here. The students could not wait for Fong Ping to break through every day. The president was rich. Every time there was a breakthrough or a happy event, it was a big bleeding. The students had long since grasped the pattern. The others were discussing. Fong Ping, on the other hand, continued to eat grass. This time he exchanged 10 stalks of dark moon grass. Dark moon grass was consumed by rank 7 grandmasters. Its effect was excellent. Originally, Fong Ping's mentality was already as high as 949 hertz. After consuming a stalk of dark moon grass, it went straight to 980 hertz. After consuming the second stalk, it only went up to 992 hertz. The effect of the second stalk was instantly weakened. This made Fong Ping frown uncontrollably. It seemed like he had reached a point where he was close to his limit. However, he was worried that the power of the reverse nourishment later would not be enough. Fong Ping gritted his teeth and consumed the third stalk of dark moon grass. 5 billion worth of dark moon grass. He ate 3 stalks in one go. Fortunately, after consuming 3 stalks of dark moon grass in a row, although the increase was getting smaller and smaller, it still allowed Fong Ping's mentality to reach 999 hertz. At this time, Fong Ping knew that if he continued to eat, he might not be able to increase anymore. Barriers could only be broken by oneself. The system did not show a plus sign. Otherwise, the system could forcefully break this barrier. Vitality 7,999 calories. Mentality 999 hertz. They've reached a limit. Can mentality materialize when the vitality gate is closed? Fong Ping felt a little uneasy. He had not heard of rank 6 martial artists materializing mentality until now. Previously, Lu Fengru was prepared to forcefully materialize because she could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion. However, she did not materialize at first. Instead, she forcefully completed the fusion. As for the other rank 6 martial artists, even if they could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion, their mentality would generally not reach the stage of materialization. Although he felt a little uneasy, Fong Ping was not too worried. Even if he could not materialize at this time, it would happen sooner or later. He was only in early stage rank 6. Even if middle stage could not do it, what about upper stage rank 6? Don't worry too much. Even if I can't materialize it, it's no big deal. Fong Ping comforted himself in his heart. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. What exactly is my materialization? Old Man Li told him that this was the manifestation of obsession. Did he have an obsession? Fong Ping did not know. He really did not know what kind of obsession he had. A person's obsession might not be clear until the very last moment. Who cares? Fong Ping did not think too much. In the next moment, the vitality pillar above his head became even stronger. Downstairs in the school archives, a few grandmasters had rushed over. He's about to break through. This kid, I really want to slice him into pieces. Huang Jing mumbled to himself. There was no one else who could match his cultivation speed. Old Man Li glanced at him and said nothing. Huang Jing, on the other hand, sensed something and could not help but curse in a low voice. Li Changxing, I'm your senior. Why are you looking at me like you're going to slice me into pieces? What do you mean? This senior brother of his was a proper senior brother. Both of them were the old vice-chancellor's students and had stayed in MCMAU. Back then, Huang Jing would hit this kid if he wanted to. He was 10 years older than Li Changxing. When he was an instructor in MCMAU, Li Changxing had not entered the school yet. After entering the school, the old vice-chancellor had a lot of things to do and did not care much. Huang Jing had also taught Li Changxing for a long time. Now, however, this bastard had become stronger. He actually dared to glare at him. An old man who was half a senior and half a senior. Old Man Li pursed his lips and said vaguely, "Did I say anything?" Huang Jing's expression was unfriendly. "Just you wait. I'll hammer you to death sooner or later." Just as they were talking, above their heads, Fang Ping suddenly let out a roar. Seal! When this roar came out, the entire school's teachers' and students' spirits were lifted. Not far away, Qin Fengqing's eyes were gloomy. Why bother? It was just early stage to middle stage rank 6, which rank 6 made such a big fuss that they could not cultivate anymore. Those who did not know would think that rank 9 had reached the peak. Other rank 6 instructors did not say anything when they broke through a small rank. They only told others when they broke through. You, on the other hand, thinking about these, Qin Fengqing could not help but curse in a low voice. If you can't seal it, let's see if you'll embarrass yourself or not. Mother *her, he made such a big fuss every time. If this vitality gate could not be sealed, he would embarrass himself all the way to his grandma's house. Just as Qin Fengqing was feeling complicated, a rumble came from the void. This time, Qin Fengqing did not utter a word. Instead, he lifted his head and looked at Fang Ping, his face full of surprise. This fellow's sealing of the gate was so big and fast. Midair, Fang Ping let out a roar. In the void, the gap left behind by the vitality gate was completely sealed by him in the blink of an eye. The moment the gate was closed, the vitality gate became clearer and more real. The vitality gate that was initially like a mirage was now extremely clear, as if it really existed in this space, standing tall above Fang Ping's head. Rumble! Another rumble came from the void. Immediately after, an invisible force was transmitted from the gate to Fang Ping's body. Fang Ping had felt this force the last time. When the Sanjiao gate materialized in another void, it had given Fang Ping a feedback. This time, the power transmitted from the sealed vitality gate was even stronger. The first thing that increased was vitality force. 8,000 calories broke through in an instant. 8,100 calories. 8,200 calories. In the past, the vitality force that grew slowly was now increasing rapidly in units of hundreds of Fang Ping's golden bones became more brilliant. His half-golden body also began to shine. His internal organs began to glow a faint golden color. Initially, his internal organs were only in a crystalline state. At this moment, they began to show signs of turning into a golden body. A rank 8 powerhouse's entire body was golden. Only when the entire body was golden would it be a complete golden body. At this moment, the degree of Fang Ping's golden body was even higher. His blood also began to glow with a faint golden luster. His vitality force skyrocketed, rising all the way to 8,999 calories before stopping. This was the normal state of martial arts cultivation. Fang Ping did not mind it. The moment his vitality force stopped increasing, Fang Ping opened his eyes abruptly. Golden light flickered in his eyes. 2 golden rays pierced through the void. At this moment, martial artists who did not know what was going on might really think that a golden body powerhouse had arrived. Just a little more, just a little more. This is not enough. Fong Ping roared in his heart. 999 hertz mentality actually did not reach 1000 hertz after the feedback. This 1 hertz increase was actually so difficult. For the first time, the system panel showed a situation where the numbers were floating and jumping. In the mentality column, the number of 999 hertz kept jumping, but it still could not break through. This is the biggest hurdle I've encountered. This time I must break through. Some of the instructors and students below thought that Fong Ping had already finished breaking through and were waiting to cheer. However, when they saw Fong Ping not moving, the golden light flashing in his eyes, and the vitality pillar becoming stronger, many of them swallowed their words. What's wrong with the president? Did something happen during the breakthrough? That can't be right. Isn't the vitality gate closed? Look, the vitality gate has already solidified. Look, Vice-Chancellor Huang and the others seem very nervous. What's going on? Everyone was discussing fervently. Some of them looked worried. Everyone in MCMAU really admired Fong Ping. Even if he had been tormented many times, how many fools were there to become martial artists? Compared to other schools, even compared to CCMAU, MCMAU treated its students the best. It was so good that when MCMAU students went out to speak, their backs would be straighter than others. And all of this was due to Fong Ping. The stronger Fong Ping was, the more advantageous it was for MCMAU. Everyone knew this. If something went wrong during this breakthrough, no one dared to think about it. If something really went wrong, it would be terrible. In another place, Jiang Chao and the others looked strange. Li Fei frowned and asked, "What's wrong with him?" The expression of the leading Stellar Sky City Grandmaster changed again and again. He said in a low voice, "Good heavens! The void is shaking. Can't you feel it?" What? He's going to materialize mentality. Grandmaster powerhouses had strong mentality. Previously, this Grandmaster did not think too much about it. However, at this moment he felt it. He felt Fong Ping's strong mentality stirring the void, shaking it constantly, trying to break through a limit. Having experienced it once, he understood what Fong Ping was doing. This monster from MCMAU wanted to materialize mentality at middle stage rank 6. No one in Stellar Sky City had ever done this before. It was not an exaggeration to call him a monster. Mentality materialization. How is this possible? Everyone's tone was shrill. This was impossible. At this moment, in midair, Fong Ping was furious. A golden petal appeared in his hand. Heavenly golden lotus. It was not a whole lotus. Fong Ping had only exchanged 20 billion for one lotus petal. The heavenly golden lotus from the Forbidden Sea. It was difficult to find such a treasure even in Stellar Sky City. If eaten, it would be effective even for rank 8 powerhouses. At this moment, in order to break through the limit, Fong Ping did not care how rare it was. He was only 1 hertz mentality away, but he could not break through. This made Fong Ping furious. This time he had paid such a high price, but he still could not break through. This made him feel like he had lost out. Throw another 20 billion at him. As soon as the heavenly golden lotus entered his stomach, the void began to shake violently. At this moment, even martial artists who had not reached the stage of expelling their mentality could feel it. In the crowd, an instructor exclaimed, "He's going to materialize mentality." What? He's crazy. Just as everyone was shocked, Fong Ping roared, "Materialize!" Rumble. At this moment, all the Grandmaster-level powerhouses in Magic City felt the change. Another Grandmaster in MCMAU. Luo Yichuan, Mother Asterisker, is there still justice in this world? How many people have broken through this year? At this moment, some were envious, some were cursing. MCMAU was too exciting. In a year, there were people who broke through and entered rank 7. The last time they held a Grandmaster banquet for the 3 high Grandmasters. It had only been a few days, and someone had materialized mentality again. Cursing aside, these grandmasters got up and flew toward MCMAU. They also wanted to see who it was this time. MCMAU's Luo Yichuan had just achieved mentality-vitality fusion. How could he break through so quickly? Was there still any law? Macmao. Rumble. A loud sound spread through the void. In the blink of an eye, a golden flatbread flew out of Fong Ping's body. Other than those who knew, everyone was stunned. MCMAU students had seen mentality materialization a few times this year. In fact, they already knew that Fong Ping was materializing mentality. But did he not fly out a bridge? Why? Why was the president a golden flatbread? This golden flatbread became bigger and bigger, blotting out the sky. It was as if a second sun had risen in the sky. At such a solemn moment, someone wanted to laugh hysterically. What was going on? And this was not the end. In the next moment, other people had 3 gates sitting on the bridge, while Fong Ping, the Sanjiao gate in the void, seemed to be stuck for a moment. After a while, a vitality gate flew out alone, flying toward the golden flatbread. Everyone was stunned. Old man, Li said in a daze, there's someone who flew through a gate alone. The Sanjiao gate was not completely sealed, not completely solidified. No one knew that this would happen. Only a solidified gate flew toward the flatbread. Their worldview was turned upside down. Not only were their worldview turned upside down, but the grandmasters who flew over from Magic City were also dumbfounded. What is this? This is Fong Ping, and a materialized mentality that has been dismantled. They were stunned. Fong Ping was stunned too, looking at only the vitality gate flying over. Fong Ping almost cursed out loud. There was such a situation. Did the Sanjiao gate not advance and retreat together? It could even be separated. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. He could not figure out the situation now. There was no time to figure it out either. The vitality gate's tricks were not over yet. When this gate saw the golden flatbread, it did not seem to know where to land for a moment. It circled in the sky for a while, and finally landed abruptly in the center of the flatbread. Fong Ping had created a miracle once again. It was completely different from everyone else's materialization process. There was nothing similar about it. The grandmasters began to shake their heads. They had learned something new. They had really learned something new. Lu Fengru stared at the materialization process in a daze as she mumbled, I hope the materialized object won't cause any more trouble. She was on the verge of breaking down now. This brat's materialization process made her speechless. Just as she finished speaking, old man Li's gaze was strange. I'm afraid something is really going to happen. At this moment, the prototype of the materialized object began to appear in the void. Chapter 534. In the void, Fong Ping's mentality began to solidify. A slightly shabby house appeared in front of everyone. A house! No one had expected Fong Ping to materialize a tiny house. The house looked a little shabby. As the house appeared, it was as if someone was decorating the house and adding those pieces of furniture. Some worn-out pieces of furniture slowly appeared in the old house, below the materialization. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. An old house! The old house in Sun City was not the one in Scenic Lake Gardens, but the one in Lakeview Gardens, Block 6, Room 101. The old house that he had lived in for 2 lifetimes. The house continued to materialize and continue to be perfected. Fong Ping's mentality seemed to be running out. Fong Ping did not speak. He quietly replenished his mentality and continued to materialize. The house, the furniture, the walls. A complete house began to appear in front of everyone. Many were at a loss. Many were silent. At this moment, no one spoke. Li Changsheng and the others were also a little dazed. This house, what did it mean? They thought that the materialization of the house was the end, but this was just the beginning. When the house appeared, a few vague silhouettes appeared in the house. Ping, ping, brother. In the void, there seemed to be some inaudible voices. 3 blurry silhouettes appeared in the house. Fang Ping. Is his obsession his family? Someone murmured. At this moment, everyone could see that it might be Fang Ping's home. No one would have thought that the courageous and invincible Fang Ping, who was as bright as the sun, could not let go of this. Among the grandmasters who flew over, some were a little dazed and had some indescribable discomfort. Even a prodigy like this yearned for this kind of peaceful life. Yes, the campaign had been too long. Too many people had died in battle. For someone like Fang Ping, deep in his heart, what he longed for the most was to enjoy the warmth of a family with his family. Indescribable discomfort, indescribable sorrow. Martial artists dying in the catacombs was the highest honor. Who really understood martial artists? The honor and glory in the eyes of outsiders, who did not know that it might just be a cover. I miss home, someone murmured, but his eyes were blank. Where was home? How many years had it been? His parents died in battle. He was alone, fighting in the catacombs for decades. How could he have a home? The figure in his memory was already blurred. The materialized object was still changing. In the house, a few illusory silhouettes had yet to materialize completely, and there were only 3 silhouettes. Fang Ping was not there. Fang Ping was not there. Soon, the house turned into a dilapidated old building. It was even more dilapidated than the old houses in Yang City. Unfortunately, not many people knew about this. Even Wang Jinyang did not think much of it when he saw the scene. Wang Jinyang had been to the old house in Lakeview Garden. It was very shabby, but not as shabby as it was now. However, Wang Jinyang did not pay much attention to this small change. An old building rose from the ground. Soon, another old building rose from the ground. These floors were not as solid as before. They were somewhat illusory. Even so, it was still shocking. The more complex the materialization, the more powerful it was. Fang Ping's ability to materialize his own house as if it was real had already shocked many grandmasters. Who would have thought that he still had the strength to continue? Even if the last part was a little vague, it was still enough to shock everyone. However, there was still no sign of this ending. Soon, an old residential area appeared. There was only the appearance. There was no substance, except for the house that belonged to Fang Ping. In the residential area, blurrier silhouettes appeared. They looked like old people sunbathing, like children playing. That kind of tranquility, that kind of carefreeness. Even if the silhouettes could not be seen clearly, one could still feel the sense of freedom and carefreeness. A residential area. If in the beginning everyone was shocked by Fang Ping's materialization, now they were shocked by Fang Ping's strength. Some people could materialize buildings of this scale, but they were all slowly filled in later. NMAU's old vice-chancellor spent many years, but could not achieve this step. He could not truly materialize NMAU. Fang Ping did not either. However, he had only reached the stage of materialization. It was already shocking enough to be able to materialize a microscopic model. This, however, was not the end. Fang Ping was constantly replenishing his mentality. The endless consumption made Fang Ping's face a little pale. Consumption and replenishment were also very tiring. However, Fang Ping did not care. He wanted to see how far he could go. The residential area appeared. Soon it began to spread. The streets outside Lakeview Gardens appeared. The residential area next to it appeared. Everyone seemed to be looking at a painting. Fang Ping was the painter, filling in the painting continuously. No, Wang Jinyang realized that something was wrong. He murmured, "This is not the present." Or rather, this was not the Sun City in his memory. Many things had changed. When he saw some buildings that had never appeared before near Lakeview Gardens, Wang Jinyang murmured, could it be the future that he imagined? A peaceful and tranquil future world? This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Jinyang's mind. So, the Fang Ping who did not seem to care about anything, The Fong Ping who was extremely bold only desired this? Li Hansong said in a low voice, as expected. I knew it. As the celestial emperor, as the leader of the ancient martial artists, what he desired was indeed to pacify the catacombs. This is a true martial artist. This is the leader of martial artists. Wang Jinyang was speechless. Li Hansong suddenly said, excitedly, people like us only fight to pacify the catacombs in this life. The future should be like this. No war, no destitution, no death in a foreign land. Fong Ping is the one with true determination. We've bled too much. I don't want future generations to fight in the catacombs. I don't want generations of martial artists to die. That's not courage. That's just helplessness and sorrow. In the air, the materialization continued. The Lakeview Gardens area was still expanding. It was still materializing. In the later stages, it became more blurry. Even so, everyone was moved. A city, a rank, 6 martial artist was materializing a city. A quiet and peaceful city. And this city seemed to be still expanding. Fong Ping's face was extremely pale. It was a little difficult for him to hold on. It's not just Sun City. Don't tell me he wants to materialize the whole world. The thing is, I'm not familiar with it. Fong Ping did not know if he was happy or sad. The materialization did not stop. It looked like it would continue. The thing was, he was familiar with Sun City. He was not familiar with other places. The materialization did not come out of thin air. If he materialized the wrong map, how embarrassing would that be? Forget it. I'll fill it in later stages. It's already eye-catching enough. If this continues, everyone will collapse. Fong Ping roughly knew what he was going to materialize. A future world. A world without martial artists. A world where even if they could not earn money, they would not starve to death. At least, they would not have to face the threat of death and the threat of human destruction all the time. As expected, I'm just a nobody. In this turbulent era, what I yearn for is to return to that world. What a joke! He thought he had adapted to everything today. He thought he could face everything today calmly, facing the killings, facing the catacombs, facing the powerhouses who could easily destroy a city. Only now did Fong Ping understand that his obsession was to return to that world. What a joke! You're a coward in your bones. You have to pretend to be fearless. I'm very afraid of death. I'm also afraid of my family dying. I'm even afraid of seeing all my acquaintances die, but in the next moment, Fong Ping suddenly restrained himself and shouted, May the world be peaceful and without war. I, Fong Ping, will only work hard for the well-being of the people and the prosperity of the country. I will fight for this, even if I die without regrets. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood now, even if they did not understand the meaning of materialization before. Many people were moved. Some of the grandmasters from outside did not even think that Fong Ping was only a rank 6. An old grandmaster with white hair said loudly, General Fong has great spirit. You're a prodigy martial artist, fully deserving of the title. Sino Nation's blessing. General has a great ambition. Although we are weak, we will definitely do our part for the well-being of the people and the prosperity of the country. Among the younger generation, only General Frenzied Blade can be called a martial arts leader. The grandmasters praised him to the extreme. Look, this was a prodigy, a leader. It did not mean that you could be a leader just because you were strong. Fong Ping was not considered too strong, even if his mentality was materialized now. However, he was wholeheartedly focused on quelling the threat of the catacombs. He did not consider a family or a country. A martial artist like this was really rare, at least looking at the big picture. Fong Ping's big picture was really admirable. Those grandmasters from outside, even if they were older than Fong Ping's grandfather, treated Fong Ping as their peer at this time. Martial artists did not look at age. Some people did not understand how a martial artist with great spirit like Fong Ping could achieve what he had today. Now, everyone understood. If this kind of person was not strong, who could be strong? The outsiders were still cheering. Li Chongsheng and the others looked at each other. Why did they feel that something was not right? Fang Ping had such great spirit? He was actually thinking about world peace. It sounded a little fake. However, the people and furniture were materialized here. A quiet and peaceful city, in line with Fang Ping's world peace, people's well-being, did not seem wrong. Did MCMAU have such a big shot? And this big shot was their student? Lu Fengru said in a barely audible voice, "Do you guys think there's a problem?" Tang Feng said solemnly, "This is probably what he's thinking. The materialization can prove everything. This kid Fang Ping, when he was weak, I didn't really like him. I thought he was too realistic and selfish. But now, to be fair, Fang Ping is destined to leave his name in history." Old man Li could not help but scratch his head. He said awkwardly, "Is that so? If this kid says he wants to protect his family, I believe him. But if he says, forget it, who cares?" Old man Li did not want to think about it anymore. Anyway, he felt that Fang Ping was not that great. If this kid was so great he could jump off a building. No, he could jump into the forbidden sea. Those who did not know Fang Ping well believed Fang Ping's nonsense. Those who were familiar with Fang Ping were mostly skeptical. A small portion, like Qin Fengqing, did not believe him at all. They scolded in a low voice. "World peace? Like hell I'll believe you. This guy can fool middle and low-ranked martial artists, but now he's even fooling grandmasters from outside." He did not believe Fang Ping. Oh my, he's even acting like he wants to maintain world peace. Do you think I'm stupid? Qin Fengqing suspected that if the catacombs really attacked, this kid Fang Ping, seeing that he was no match for them, might even run away with his family. The possibility was very high. Qin Fengqing did not believe him, but Li Hansong believed him without a doubt. This was because, in his opinion, a leader must have a leader's boldness and breadth of mind. In the past, he had suspected that Fang Ping used to be a nobody. Maybe he was his underling. Now, however, Ironhead did not think so. He was ashamed of his inferiority. He was not as good as Fang Ping, at least from the perspective of the big picture. He did not think as far as Fang Ping did. That greatness could only be achieved by a leader. Ironhead had completely fallen for it. Wang Jinyang looked at Li Hansong and sighed softly. Actually, he also felt that something was not quite right. However, since Ironhead believed and admired Fang Ping so much, he could not say anything. Fine. He would let Fang Ping do whatever he wanted. In mid-air, the materialized Sun City did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it entered the Vitality Gate. The Vitality Gate that was initially sealed could actually be opened now. This scene was also shocking to everyone. Fang Ping did not care about this. Instead, he bowed slightly to the grandmasters around him and said modestly, "Grandmasters, please don't make fun of me anymore. My abilities are shallow and I can't take this. This is just a small wish of mine. How would I dare to embarrass myself in front of the grandmasters and make a fool of myself? If someone hears this, they'll laugh at me to death," the old grandmaster, who first praised Fang Ping, said seriously. "General Frenzied Blade, you don't have to be so humble. You can cultivate if you're weak. No one is born a powerhouse. General, you've materialized your mentality in your 20s and sealed the Vitality Gate. This is unprecedented. A high rank is just around the corner. With a young talent like you, General, we humans have hope and a future." "That's right, that's true. General, you don't have to be so humble." Fang Ping sighed in his heart. "These people, I didn't pay them. The thing is, if you guys flatter me like this, I'll be embarrassed too. If I say now that the catacombs are really attacking and I need to find a place to hide, will you guys hack me to death? Perhaps everyone would think that he was preserving humanity's hope, intending to lead humanity to counterattack again in a desperate situation. Am I going to gain a group of Grandmaster fans now?" Fang Ping's imagination ran wild. Of course, it was nonsense to expect people to bow down to him just because of the materialization. In the future, he could show some benevolence and righteousness, as well as the attitude of serving the country and the people. Who knows, he might really convince these grandmasters. People, they're too outstanding. They'll believe anything they say. I just want to live a peaceful life. I'm just saying a few things casually, and you guys take it seriously. Fang Ping criticized in his heart for a while, but he could not hide the joy on his face. The mentality materialized. Moreover, it was a small city. Although it was not completely lifelike, Fang Ping felt that it should be much stronger than Lu Fengru's dynamic map. It was also stronger than Big Lion's golden lion. In the future, if anyone provokes me, I'll move the city and smash them. That's awesome. The key is that I can continue to fill in the gaps. When I go back, I'll go around the country and look around the world. Maybe I can really materialize a world map. Maybe it'll be Earth. Damn, when I'm fighting, I can smash people with Earth. Isn't that awesome? I can smash people's mentality in an instant. When Fang Ping thought of this, he almost could not hold back his laughter. Of course, he had to be more reserved. There were still many grandmasters from outside. Moreover, although the strength of the materialized object was related to the materialized object itself, the strength of the mentality and the materialized object's realism were more important. Not to mention rank 8 and rank 9. Even if it were to smash a rank 7 powerhouse, there was a high probability that it would not be able to beat them. At this moment, thousands of students below him roared, "Congratulations to the president for materializing mentality and becoming a grandmaster. Congratulations to the grandmaster. Congratulations to MCMAU." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. "You guys are exaggerating a little too much. Can't you see that only one of my Sanjiao gate is sealed? There's so many grandmasters here, and you guys still dare to brag like this? You're inflating." At the thought of this, Fang Ping said loudly, "Students, you've misunderstood. I'm not a grandmaster yet, so I don't deserve the title of grandmaster. Ha ha ha, General. You don't have to be so humble. It'll happen sooner or later." Some grandmasters did not take it seriously and laughed loudly. With General Fang's breakthrough speed, a high rank is just a snap of the fingers. That's right, it'll happen sooner or later. He deserves this title. We, on the other hand, are a little behind. Ha ha ha, the rise of the younger generation powerhouses is also what we want to see, especially a prodigy like General Fang. Fang Ping was now in a difficult position. Enough! Stop bragging. If you continue to flatter me, should I charge you if something happens in the future? Should I write an IOU? Fang Ping did not reply and immediately descended from the sky. The other grandmasters landed one after another. There was still a grandmaster who was still supporting him, saying, "General Fang is willing to." Before he could finish, Fang Ping immediately said with a straight face, "No. I admit that my ability is shallow and my strength is low. I dare not think of myself as a grandmaster. Thank you for your kindness, grandmasters." Having said that, Fang Ping winked at Lu Fengru and the others. "Help! If I get blown any further, I'll be roasted on the fire." Lu Fengru was speechless. I knew this kid wasn't that kind of person. Now he's gone too far. Although she was speechless, Lu Fengru still interrupted. "Everyone, let's disperse for today. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. It might not be a good thing. I hope everyone can understand what I mean. Dean Lu, what are you saying?" However, Dean Lu can produce a student like General Fang. Lu Fengru felt that it was a little harsh and said awkwardly, "Just call me Fang Ping." "I say, you guys are already so old. It's about time. Why are you still calling me General? Hurry up and leave. Don't keep us here." As soon as she said that, the grandmasters could not help but laugh. They stopped talking and nodded at Huang Jing and the others. Finally, they looked at Fang Ping as if they were looking at their sons, their faces full of satisfaction. Only when Fang Ping was about to break down did the grandmasters leave one after another. As soon as they left, Lu Fengru curled her lips and said, Just you wait. Do these old guys really think they're praising you? After tomorrow, wherever you go, you'll meet their granddaughters, great-granddaughters. As soon as she said that, Fong Ping's face stiffened. He said dryly, really? Ha. Lu Fengru laughed coldly. Old Man Li, on the other hand, looked like he was experienced. He said, you will. In the future, wherever you go, you'll meet women. Kid, take it easy. Don't eat whatever you want. If you eat them, they'll definitely blame you for it. Fong Ping wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How could it be so evil? On the other hand, Qin Yunqi, who had rushed over to congratulate him, heard that and her face stiffened instantly. In the future, would Fong Ping meet women who came to his door everywhere? That seemed to be the case. Fong Ping was so outstanding. All the women in the world should like him. What should she do? At this moment, Qin Yunqi's heart was ringing with alarm. She believed that Fong Ping was not that kind of person. However, she could not stop those women from worshipping Fong Ping and sticking to him shamelessly. That would not be good. Qin Yunqi gritted her teeth, feeling anxious. Fong Ping glanced at her from the corner of his eye. He was a little speechless. Women. Troublesome. He wanted to say a few more words. In the next moment, Old Man Li and Lu Fengru did not hold back at all. Both of them moved at the same time, grabbing Fong Ping's neck at the same time, ready to take him away. They had questions to ask. Fong Ping felt the scene. He was so angry that his face turned red. He said in a low voice, I'm a general now. Look at the situation now. Do you still think I'm a nobody? Lu Fengru and Old Man Li ignored him, especially Lu Fengru. She was determined to take him away. Nothing else. I'm afraid I won't have the chance. F***CK. This kid's mentality had already materialized. At this speed, he might be rank 7 in a few months. When Fong Ping really became rank 7, even if Fong Ping asked her to take him away, she would not do it. Rank 7 was a real grandmaster. She had to save some face for Fong Ping. Now that he was still rank 6, there was no need to save face. Lu Fengru took the shining Fong Ping away. Fong Ping's golden light shone brightly, not letting outsiders see what was going on. Old Man Li, Huang Jing, and the rest were all smiles. Who asked you to be so smug? In the end, you still had to admit defeat. Huang Jing's hands were itching. If he did not teach this kid a lesson now, there would not be a chance in the future. Thinking back, he had crushed Fong Ping many times in the past. Not only had he crushed him, but he had also thrown Fong Ping directly into the Southern Sea. Thinking of this, Huang Jing suddenly looked at Tang Fong and said, This kid has really reached rank 7. Will he do what he did to Lil Song last time? Will he come and deal with us secretly? The corner of Tang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. The possibility was very high. Based on this kid's personality, he would do anything. Once he turned around and restrained his aura, he would sneakily give them a few smacks on the head. There would really be no place for them to reason with. Chapter 535. Just as Fong Ping was being carried away, the news spread. Fong Ping's vitality gate is closed. His mentality has materialized. Those were the exact words. Soon it became, Fong Ping's mentality has materialized. Not long after, it became, Fong Ping has become a grandmaster. Grandmaster Fong. The youngest grandmaster powerhouse among humans. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Leaving his name on the grandmaster ranking. Unbelievable. The news spread like wildfire. Today was the day the martial sciences exam was about to begin. Originally, the exam with tens of millions of participants was the big event that everyone was paying attention to. However, when the news of Fong Ping becoming a grandmaster spread, it instantly suppressed all the news. A 20-year-old grandmaster powerhouse. How could it not cause a commotion? Martial arts were now widespread. Powerhouses could fly in the sky and burrow underground. Grandmasters were like gods. How many grandmasters were there in Sino Nation? There were less than 500 high ranks. There were more than 1 billion people. This number of grandmasters sounded like a lot, but in reality it was really very few. Today, a young martial artist had become a grandmaster in the blink of an eye. It was too shocking. MCMAU, affiliated high school. Fang Yuan had just finished her assessment and was about to leave when she heard someone shout, "General Frenzied Blade has broken through to Grandmaster." What? Really? Isn't he early stage rank 6? It's true. The person shouted, "General Frenzied Blade has really become a Grandmaster." Just now, all the Grandmasters in Magic City went to congratulate him. He's really a Grandmaster? The crowd was in an uproar. Fang Yuan's mouth was agape, her round face stretched. Fang Ping had become a Grandmaster? In the past, she did not understand what it meant to be a Grandmaster. Even if she did not, she knew that Grandmasters were people that all humans should respect. Back then, Fang Ping had only mentioned the name of a Grandmaster, and people had already said, Grandmasters should not be called by their names directly. It was clear that in everyone's eyes, Grandmasters were the most powerful and invincible of people. Now, people were saying that her brother had become a Grandmaster. In the next moment, Fang Yuan sprinted toward MCMAU. Halfway there, she picked up her phone and quickly called. She could not suppress her ecstasy. She laughed loudly and said, "My brother has become a Grandmaster." This ecstatic roar attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, someone still couldn't help but sigh. Could this child have gone crazy from practicing martial arts? If you say that your grandfather has become a Grandmaster, we will still look at you. If you say that your brother has become a Grandmaster, how old is this kid that ran over? Fang Yuan might have run away, but there was an old acquaintance among the crowd. Song Yingji had just received his daughter, and his expression was extremely strange. What a joke! Grandmaster, are you sure you're not kidding me? When I left just now, he was still sealing his vitality gate. I've only been gone for about half an hour, and you're telling me that Fang Ping has become a Grandmaster? Song Yingji really wanted to punch the fellow who came to report the news. However, when he heard that even a middle-ranked martial artist around him was talking about this matter, old Song was at a loss. Seeing that her father was in a daze, Sonya said worriedly, "Dad, Big Brother Fang has become a Grandmaster. Don't go against him in the future." Song Yingji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Me against him? That kid was so narrow-minded. What was Fang Ping's reason for fighting with him? It was the processing fee he had received from this kid. How many credits was it? 1 credit? It seemed to be 1 credit. For the sake of 1 credit, that bastard Fang Ping had held a grudge until now. He even wanted him to clean the toilets. Song Yingji was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He has become a Grandmaster. I don't believe it. Song Yingji did not believe it at all. He did not want to return to the university at first, but now he could not help but say, "I'll go back and take a look. You go home by yourself. If this bastard really becomes a Grandmaster, your dad will really have to clean toilets in the future." Cleaning toilets, of course. However, if Fang Ping became a Grandmaster, MCMAU would really be the kid's world. Who knew what kind of tricks he would come up with later? Would he secretly beat him up? Would he put a sack over him and beat him up? Damn, it was very possible. Now that he had become a Grandmaster, he had the right to be arrogant. He had to confirm it. Thinking of this, Song Yingji suddenly thought of Fang Yuan. The next moment, Song Yingji's face turned red. I actually thought of waiting for Fang Yuan to enter the university and beat him up. I have fallen. That was a bastard thing done by Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing, and the others. I actually thought of it in this direction. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, it was from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, if his daughter heard it, how could he keep his face as a father? This is too embarrassing. Mother f***er. What has MCMU become because of this group of little bastards? Song Yingji would never admit that these were his true thoughts. They were definitely influenced by Fong Ping and the others. He was a rank 6 martial artist, and the person he wanted to beat up was his daughter's classmate, a 16-year-old girl. God, I'd rather dig a hole in the ground. While Song Yu was still in a daze, Song Yingji ran away. He ran so fast that his face was red. The news spread like wildfire. It was even on the internet. Some grandmasters from other places did not know what was going on. They all asked the grandmasters in Magic City for the news, and they were all extremely shocked. Fong Ping had become a rank 7? The 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association began to consider whether or not to change Fong Ping's title. Fong Ping was very dissatisfied with this title. He said that he would settle the score with them sooner or later. However, the 2 Grandmaster presidents thought that this kid was only a rank 6. How could they be afraid of this kid? But now, if he really became a rank 7, the 2 presidents would have to reconsider. The outside world had spread the word that he was a grandmaster. Naturally, Fong Ping knew nothing about it. At this moment, Fong Ping looked at the few people opposite him helplessly. What were they doing? Not only did they not congratulate him, but they also looked like they wanted to hack him to death. Was this the attitude of a teacher? Was it not just mentality materialization? Was it not possible that he would surpass them soon? As a teacher, if he did not have this little bit of magnanimity, how could he be a role model? That day, I achieved rank 4 in a year. They said that I would reach rank 8 in 2 years. Am I not rank 8 yet? Just as Fong Ping was cursing in his heart and amusing himself, Huang Jing coughed softly and interrupted this strange atmosphere. He said, mentality materialization is such a big thing. Why didn't you tell us in advance? You're only early stage rank 6? Middle stage, Fong Ping added in a low voice. Shut up. Lu Fengru scolded. It's not your place to interrupt. Listen carefully. If it was in the past, she would be happy to watch Fong Ping talk a little. Now, she was extremely annoyed at Fong Ping. If he interrupted again, she would really beat him up. Fong Ping was helpless. He was as obedient as a child. He looked at everyone pitifully and asked them to continue. Huang Jing felt a headache coming on from him. He took a deep breath and did not continue the topic. He said again, mentality materialization in advance. Can you use vitality to nourish your mentality now? Fong Ping did not say a word. Huang Jing's expression was dark. I'm asking a question. Seeing that Huang Jing was about to lose his temper, Fong Ping glanced at Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru was about to go crazy with anger. She said angrily, "Speak when it's time to speak." Fong Ping saw that the Grandmaster powerhouses were agitated by him. He stopped fooling around. He tried silently and shook his head. No, I can't use vitality to nourish it. However, the materialization has entered the vitality gate. Although I can't nourish it directly, I can feel that it's progressing slowly. Of course, the speed is extremely slow. That's good, Vice-Chancellor, what you're saying. Aren't you gloating a little? Fong Ping said gloomily, even if you're afraid that I'll surpass you, you don't have to do this. Vice-Chancellor, this magnanimity. Huang Jing gave him a look and said exasperatedly, Get lost. Do you think I'll be jealous of a student? What I mean is, not being able to use vitality to nourish is actually a good thing for you. Your speed is too fast. Having said that, Huang Jing said seriously, the first Sanjiao gate is the vitality gate. Your vitality is already very strong. You should know the difficulty of sealing the gate. Huang Jing suddenly could not continue. Difficulty? The difficulty was to seal the gate within 50 days? Although he could not continue, Huang Jing suppressed his helplessness and continued. The second gate is the mentality gate. Similarly, the stronger your mentality, the harder it is to seal this gate. Lu Fengru thought of this too. She frowned and said, Your mentality has already materialized. Fang Ping, this means that your mentality gate is much harder to seal than the vitality gate. Sense it yourself. What's the difficulty of pushing the gate? Fang Ping heard that and tried hurriedly. This attempt made Fang Ping frown incessantly. His expression changed slightly. He said, "It's very difficult indeed. It's almost not moving at all. Even if I give it my all, I'm afraid it'll take me 1 or 2 years." Huang Jing and the others were a little surprised. If it was so difficult, you could do it in 1 or 2 years. Fang Ping, however, frowned. The second gate was the mentality gate. Even he needed 1 or 2 years. Right now, Iron Head and Wang Jinyang were much weaker than him. Even if the 2 of them cooperated with him and the 3 of them worked together, the effect would not be as good as before. He did not expect that materializing mentality in advance would have this problem. However, if the 3 of them really worked together, it should be faster than if he did it alone. The key was if it was 1 or 2 times faster, it would not be worth it. The consumption would be too high. Mentality gate. Maybe. I have to look for Yao Chengjun. Fang Ping suddenly thought of old Yao. Yao Chengjun's mentality was also very strong. When sealing the mentality gate, a strong mentality would be very helpful in sealing the gate. While Fang Ping was still thinking about this, Lu Fengru pondered for a moment and said, "Release the materialized object and see." Before she finished speaking, Fang Ping's Sun City appeared. It covered the entire hall inside and outside. Lu Fengru's face was full of black lines. She really could not stand it anymore. She scolded, "Shrink it a little. I didn't ask you to show off." Fang Ping was helpless too. It was as if he had taken gunpowder. What was he doing? He had just materialized it. Wasn't he familiar with it? Thinking about it, Fang Ping still obediently shrank Sun City until it was the size of a wash basin. Then it could not shrink anymore. At this time, Lu Fengru did not say much. A lively phoenix appeared in front of him in an instant. However, this phoenix was a little small, about the size of a chicken or duck. "Attack me." "Instructor, are you sure?" Fang Ping frowned. "You just materialized it not long ago. Your mentality might not be stronger than mine. After I materialized, my mentality increased again. The heavenly golden lotus I consumed earlier also has some residual effects. Now my mentality is close to 1,100 hertz. Yours," when she heard him say that his mentality was close to 1,100 hertz, Lu Fengru raised her eyebrows slightly. She said quickly, "Stop talking nonsense. We can use vitality to nourish it. The growth of mentality is not slow either. The growth of rank 7's mentality is much faster than rank SSS. I'm almost at 1,100 hertz now. You're still too young to hurt me." It had been a little more than 2 months since her breakthrough. Her mentality had grown close to 100 hertz. The speed was not slow. In rank 7, early stage, middle stage, and upper stage cultivated mentality. Below 2,000 hertz was early stage. Below 3,000 hertz was middle stage. Above 3,000 hertz was upper stage. The peak was skull honing. Based on this speed, if it was calculated on average, Lu Fengru could increase her mentality by 40 to 50 hertz in a month. There was hope for her to achieve middle stage rank 7 in 2 to 3 years. This speed was considered extremely fast. Others might think it was fast, but Fang Ping thought it was really slow. Even if she followed the prescribed order and everything went smoothly, it would take at least 5 to 6 years for Lu Fengru to achieve upper stage rank 7. Skull honing was also a big problem. Conservatively, it would take 3 to 4 years. That was at least 10 years in rank 7. If everything went smoothly and she cultivated without any obstacles, she could achieve rank 8 in 10 years. How slow! Although Fang Ping was disgusted, he did not say much. He reminded, "Instructor, are you sure you want to try? If your mentality is hurt, Don't blame me for deceiving you. Hurry up. What's with all the nonsense? All right. Fang Ping did not waste any more words. He was straightforward. Like throwing a stone, he threw the shrunken city over. Lu Fengru said it was fine, but she still took it seriously. The phoenix let out a low cry, spread its wings, and collided with the shrunken city. The collision of mentality caused a vibration in the void instantly, like water ripples. Fang Ping's small city suddenly became a little illusory. Lu Fengru's phoenix, on the other hand, was still vivid and lifelike. Seeing this, Old Man Li rubbed his chin and said, "It's not bad. After all, it just materialized. However, this city of his is very illusory." Before he finished speaking, the small city returned to its original state. Old Man Li was stunned for a moment. Lu Fengru was initially a little proud. Look, their mentalities were about the same. Her mentality had become illusory in one hit. However, at this time they remembered. This was a freak. He could recover any time he wanted. Lu Fengru suddenly did not want to talk anymore. She quietly retracted the phoenix. Huang Jing looked at Lu Fengru, then at Tang Feng, who was staring at the ceiling. He could not help but laugh. He said, "Your materialized object is not weak in essence. You could even say it's extremely strong. However, rank 7 martial artists don't just rely on strong mentality. The strength of a martial artist is all around, including physique." Fang Ping said quietly, "I have golden bones. Vitality, I'm almost at 9,000 calories. Mentality, vitality, fusion." Huang Jing's tone was a little heavier. "Try saying that again." Fang Ping grinned and said, "I can also condense celestiality." "Get lost." "Shut up." Huang Jing scolded loudly. He said angrily, "If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll smack you to death. Listen to me, listen carefully. Now that your mentality has materialized in addition to your strong physique, in terms of strength, let's not talk about combat techniques, experience, and the like. I mean, in terms of strength, your strength should be stronger than martial artists who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. However, compared to rank 7 martial artists, because you haven't sealed the 2 Sanjiao gates, there hasn't been a process of qualitative change. You should understand this yourself. Upper stage rank 3 martial artists and middle stage rank 3 martial artists are only one small rank apart. However, an upper stage rank 3 martial artists 1 calorie vitality is at least equivalent to a middle stage rank 3 martial artists vitality strength of 3 calories and above, or even 5 calories. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping said seriously, "I understand. I know what you mean. You're afraid that I'll get arrogant and think that I've really achieved rank 7 and can fight rank 7. Even if I have the same mentality strength as the instructor's mentality is concentrated and not scattered. It's extremely resilient. In terms of strength, my mentality is the same, but it can be easily defeated. If I say that I'm a lump of loose sand, the instructor's is a rock. Vice-Chancellor, do I understand it well?" Huang Jing nodded and said, "That's what I mean. Yours isn't actually a lump of loose sand, but a broken rock that hasn't completed that kind of cohesion. In essence, it's still the same. However, if it really collides, a glued-together rock will naturally shatter more easily when it collides with a complete rock. Fang Ping, once your mentality is obliterated, it'll be too dangerous." "I know." Fang Ping nodded and said, "Vice-Chancellor, then if I continuously recover and replenish my mentality, can I contend with a rank 7? Huang Jing hesitated for a moment and glanced at Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru thought for a while and said, "A rank 7 martial artist isn't just a matter of mentality. There's also the advantage of combat techniques. Mentality combat techniques are combat techniques that unleash the strongest mentality. Because you've materialized in advance, I don't know if you can cultivate mentality combat techniques. If you can, Zhang Dingnan's series of saber techniques, the last set of saber techniques, Immortal Vanquishing Saber, is a mentality combat technique." As she said that, Lu Fengru added, "However, this set of saber techniques is not yet complete. This set of saber techniques was created by him when he was in the mentality-vitality unity state. It's of the same origin as the previous 2 sets of saber techniques. However, he has just entered rank 7, so his understanding of mentality combat techniques is not deep enough. Fang Ping, if you want to learn this set of mentality combat techniques, its power might not be too strong. Of course, because it's of the same origin as the saber techniques you've cultivated before, it'll be easier for you to learn. However, there are some loopholes that you'll need to fill in on your own. Zhang Dingnan's self-created combat techniques, even if there are loopholes, he'll know where the problem lies. That's why the saber techniques can unleash greater power in his hands. However, in your hands, it'll be much weaker. Or you can learn some other mentality combat techniques. MCMAU currently has a total of 9 sets of mentality combat techniques, but their power is average. The truly powerful mentality combat techniques are all created by others. Perhaps they're only suitable for themselves. After all, everyone's situation is different. Fang Ping nodded. After some thought, he said, "I'll learn Governor General Zhang's immortal vanquishing saber first." "All right, instructor, if it's possible, can you help me get some mentality combat techniques that deal 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to myself? Actually, I'm more suited for this type. Whoever dares to compete with me in mentality, if he thinks that it's okay to injure himself after he cripples me, I'll let him know why flowers are red." As he said this, Fang Ping's face was full of confidence. In a battle of attrition, who was afraid of who? Lu Fengru and the rest were speechless once again. After a long time, Huang Jing said softly, "The government actually has a set of mentality combat techniques. Old Huang." Huang Jing. The few of them growled in a low voice, slightly dissatisfied. However, Huang Jing ignored them and continued. The blood saber method was specially provided for those old grandmasters to learn in the past. Many old grandmasters have learned it before. There aren't too many complicated things. Its only function is to combine mentality and vitality without wasting it and condense it into a blood-red saber. It can even combine everything you have, including a golden body. In the past, the method of accumulating force for longevity, including slashing a rank 8 with a sword, actually also referred to the blood saber method. These 2 methods achieve the same result through different means. When the instructor was alive, he also learned the blood saber method. In the last battle, he used the blood saber method to kill a rank 8. That was all Huang Jing said. Lu Fengru said unhappily, "The blood saber method is used to perish together with the enemy. Although Fang Ping can recover, the blood saber method squeezes out every last bit of energy. Once Fang Ping can't keep up with the consumption of the blood saber method, his foundation will be obliterated. No matter how much he recovers, it will be useless. Fang Ping, don't learn this." This kind of mentality combat technique, once created, was the kind of combat technique that would make people commit suicide. It only sought to maximize the damage, regardless of the cost. During the battle in the Magic City catacombs, those old grandmasters all used the blood saber method. Once the saber was unleashed, all of their essence, vitality, and spirit would be depleted, and they would not stop until they killed the enemy. Although Fang Ping could recover, if he did not kill the enemy, the blood saber method would continue to absorb his energy. If Fang Ping could not kill the enemy and could not escape from the combat technique's execution, he would definitely die by his own hands. Lu Fengru knew how reckless Fang Ping was. At least, she had seen it in the Tianan catacombs this time. Once he learned the blood saber method, this kid might not be cautious when he encountered a rank 7 again, but he would attack immediately. If he could not kill the other party, then he would die. Right now, he still had some concerns and dared not act recklessly. If he encountered a rank 7, he would mainly hide. Lu Fengru would rather he hide and admit defeat then fight a rank 7 now. Fong Ping did not say anything, but he remembered this in his heart. Blood saber method. Other than that, he had a general understanding of his own strength. Perhaps he was slightly stronger than the average mentality-vitality powerhouse, but those at their peak, such as those with 999 Hertz mentality, those who had cultivated combat techniques for many years, he might not be able to win such a top-notch rank 6 for sure. However, how could there be so many top-notch rank 6? Under normal circumstances, at this stage, they would either be in closed-door cultivation and breaking through, or they had already broken through. It was almost impossible to encounter them, just like Lu Fengru and Tang Feng. During the last short period before their closed-door cultivation, they were in such a peak state. The moment before their mentality materialized, they were the strongest rank 6. Encountering this kind of rank 6 was even rarer than encountering a rank 9. If that's the case, I'm invincible among rank 6? Fong Ping murmured, and then said with a face full of certainty, I'm invincible among rank 6. The Grandmasters did not say anything about this. If Fong Ping did not recover his vitality and mentality, he might not be invincible. However, if he added those, he might really be invincible among rank 6. Even if those rank 6 who were close to breaking through really fought with Fong Ping, it was still uncertain who would win. She did not deny it, but looking at Fong Ping's confident look, Lu Fengru still warned him one last time. Don't think about fighting with a rank 7. Not all rank 7 are early stage. Once they reach middle stage, they will crush your mentality instantly. Understood,